Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
Don't be creepy.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed! It's a great day. Being sad. Follow the Ridgeway.
Don't even play. Put your drum up.
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
Aren't I a good guy?
China. China.
I did everything right and they indicted me. Climate, everything for the same word. It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed! So hot right now. Come on! Right now.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Oh, girl, baby, girl.
Just like my wife's vagina.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
You supercalifragilisticexpialidocious bitch. That's hot.
reality.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Jesus, I say that.
He looks good, and he looks.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
This is from 12 Rules for Life. There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
Consequences.
Phrasing.
Follow the rich white man.
It's science, it's science, it's science.
What now?
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
A fucking bitch. Oh, girl, baby girl.
Your name, please?
Rid of the Second Amendment.
So hot right now.
That's hot.
Equal parts.
Oh my gosh.
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Oh, it never occurred to me.
Interesting.
It's just crazy enough to work.
Yeah.
It's science.
Well, here we are again. Good to see you, folks. Got a hell of a lot here to talk about today, so we better get right to it. Buckle up those seatbelts, space fans. May encounter some turbulence. Avoid. Well, good to see all of you showing up already. See Selena Marie, going up, Probonics, B-Cat, Schmeggly, Narwhal by nature, Soul Life, El Sol Verde, PB, the Anti-Corporist, Omega Stellar, and I'm saying fresh out the asylum. And the Clarity, Carl Martin. I think that's everybody. Hopefully I didn't miss a lot of names to keep track of there. Alright, let's see. Times. Yeah. Well, end of the week. Everybody's week went well. Here's a report on said week. I think we'll start here. In the United States. With, well, you guessed it, more gun violence. Wait, no, this is a rerun. This is a piece from CBS News from a day ago. Trump shooter's phone had details on Trump and Biden. Whoops. What are you doing? You full screen. What is wrong with you? Why do you hate me so much? There you go. And you're muted. See, my computer hates me.
FBI officials told members of Congress yesterday that the shooter used his cell phone and other devices to search images of Trump and President Biden. Meanwhile, Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheadle has agreed to testify before the House Oversight Committee. And CBS News correspondent Charlie DeMar is in Butler, Pennsylvania, picking up that part of the investigation. Charlie, good morning.
And Marie, good morning. We are now learning that the gunman who opened fire here at the Trump rally on Saturday had visited this site at least one time before. And meanwhile, lawmakers who were briefed by the Secret Service Director, Kim Cheadle, they say they did get some answers, but they aren't satisfied with the answers that they have received so far. As for the investigation, again, it is moving forward. It is moving rapidly, and law enforcement sources say that they recovered 3 magazines on the shooter's body, along with a cell phone and a transmitter that may have been used to set off some of those suspicious devices found in both the shooter's car and house. And video appears to show that Thomas Matthew Crooks wandering the site of the rally before scaling the roof, and an officer
oh my God, that guy looks suspicious. Just the way he's walking around.
In both the shooter's car and house. And video appears to show that Thomas Matthew Crooks wandering the site of the rally before scaling the roof. And an officer snapped a picture, actually, of him about 26 minutes prior to opening fire. Of course, one person was killed, 3 others, including the former president, wounded. And cell phone video now shows former President Trump walking into the hospital moments after he was shot. You mentioned it off the top that we are learning also more about the shooter's search history, along with images of former President Trump and current President Joe Biden. The shooter searched for the dates of the upcoming DNC coming up in August in Chicago.
So we want to bring in Nicole Killian now.
Which, I mean, I'm not claiming to be in the head of this shooter, but if you're looking for both the DNC and the RNC, I think you're just looking to start something. To what end exactly? I have no idea, but it certainly doesn't seem to be necessarily political and aimed in any direction. I mean, aside from the fact that he is a registered Republican, that's really, I think, one of the only things that we can go by when we have those kind of data points added in.
Talk a little bit more about the investigation into the Secret Service response. A lot of questions.
No, we're gonna move on from that. That's good enough. Might be passing out. Yes, I know we start the streams very late. Too late for some, and for that I apologize. Just been trying to keep it consistent in terms of the time. I feel like I stream within about an hour of start time, usually, somewhere between 10 and 11. You think it was political in both directions? Interesting. Could be. It certainly could be. You know, I want to believe that there will be more brought to light here for us to all make more sense of this whole situation. Who knows for sure? Certainly not me. All right, now let's get to talking about the election itself. First, I figure we started off here. Since it was such a long week, I feel like we deserve something kind of not terrible. Okay, here is a video from 2 days ago from Zadeo. Mehdi Hasan debunks Trump's Mehdi Hasan debunks Trump's desperate denial of Project 2025. All right, Mehdi, take it away.
If you're following the US presidential election right now, you'll see that people are focused on one story and one story only at this moment: Biden's age, his memory, his mental competence. And those people include me, because I think Biden's age and mental health is, sorry, an undeniable political problem for him, and he should probably stand aside and let someone else run as the Democratic nominee. Having said that, any conversation about the mental health of the president has to include the president's Republican opponent, the uniquely incoherent and many would say deranged Donald Trump. You think Biden is losing it? Biden is forgetting things? Have you seen the ridiculous things Trump has been saying? He didn't just wrongly say at a rally the other day that his son Don Jr. is married, even though Don Jr. isn't married. But more importantly, more consequentially, Trump shared this deluded claim on Truth Social the other week, claiming that he knows nothing about the controversial Project 2025, and that he has nothing to do with the people behind it.
No idea.
Now, for those of you who don't know, Project 2025 is a dangerous far-right policy agenda that calls for a major expansion of presidential powers and a total overhaul of our checks and balances. The 920-page policy book at the heart of it details plans for the president to enact mass deportation, eliminate the Department of Education, further restrict abortion rights, replace federal workers with MAGA loyalists en masse, and a whole host of other pretty fascistic goals that completely coincidentally line up pretty closely with the policy agenda that Trump himself has been touting. Project 2025 was created by the Heritage Foundation, a conservative think tank that actually partnered with Trump while he was in the White House. But now Trump suddenly can't seem to remember that close alliance. New phone, who dis? Luckily, though, no matter how jumbled his memory might get, the internet never forgets. Just take a look here at Trump in 2017 promoting his tax plan at, wait for it, the Heritage Foundation.
And the dedicated scholars and staff at the Heritage Foundation, thank you very much. Thank you. Great job.
Does that ring a bell?
Thank you for the gifted sub, Omega Star. Who just got that? Jeannie Rude, you just received a Tier 1 sub gifted to you by Omega Star. On Twitch, you now have access to galactic emotes and won't have to be subjected to Twitch's advertising.
Donald? No, well, don't worry. I know your memory isn't what it used to be. So let me be a little bit more specific today and remind you who those Project 2025 people are. Let's start off with Kevin Roberts, the president of the Heritage Foundation. Yes, the one you gushed over 2 years ago during your keynote address at the Heritage Foundation, his organization.
I want to thank Kevin. He's going to be so incredible. I know that for a fact.
Ah, how kind. You'll be proud to know that Incredible Kevin actually wrote the foreword for Project 2025.
Whoopsies.
Now, to be fair, there are a lot of conservative organizations and presidents. You can't remember them all. But surely you remember all the Project 2025 people who have literally worked for you, right? 140 people in total, according to CNN. People like Carolyn Levitt, your campaign press secretary, the one who caused quite the stir on CNN before the debate on their network, the one you agreed to. She herself is in a promotional video for Project 2025. Your campaign press secretary.
Whoopsies.
Then there's your loyal former White House senior advisor, Stephen Miller, who fiercely dedicated himself to the shameless promotion of all of your lives.
And I'm prepared to go on any show, anywhere, anytime, and repeat it and say the President of the United States is correct 100%.
Yes, that's Stephen. Well, guess what? He's also in the same Project 2025 commercial that Caroline is in. What a small world. Now, of course, you two are just so in tune with each other that Stephen's actually been mimicking you by saying he has no involvement with Project 2025 either.
Like, that one's tough to explain. I mean, Steve, he's like the inner circle. Telling me you didn't know that he was involved in this? Boy, that is a long list of people that he knows that seem to be directly involved in Project 2025. And they took Mehdi off of MSNBC. Yes, they did. And I think we're all better for it to some degree, because Zateo is, their coverage is, I think, a bit less or more, what do you want to call it? Fair than what MSNBC often finds to be of importance. What's next? Oh, yeah. All right. Let's move on from that. Get into this even in more depth. Let's talk about Usha Vance, JD's wife, who is, if you're not aware somehow, the new vice presidential pick for Donald Trump. Let's go to this.
It is night 3 of the Republican National Convention. All eyes on Senator J.D. Vance, Donald Trump's running mate tonight. Now, the former president has just entered the forum there.
NBC4's Conan Nolan joins us live in Milwaukee. Conan.
Yep, there's the former president from the back of his head standing up from our booth. You know it's prime time when he shows up, and he's been doing it every night. He gives the big speech tomorrow. The big speech tonight, as you said, is going to be J.D. Vance. Now, everybody's been talking about unity in this convention, and it is a united convention. There's no question about that. But there are plenty who will be not very happy with some of what Mr. Vance is going to say, and that's because he's going to give a speech the likes of which George Bush, Mitt Romney, and Ronald Reagan would never give when it comes to American foreign policy, a sort of an isolationist platform, as well as attacks on corporate America. This is a very different party. The buzz here as well, besides Mr. Vance's speech, is what happened in California when one of the leading, most prominent Democrats in the state, Adam Schiff, the leading candidate for U.S. Senate, came out and said that...
Why are we still talking about this right now? Talk about Usha Vance.
Back to you.
Conan, he's going to be introduced by his wife, correct? A very accomplished attorney in her own right?
Right, an immigrant from Hindu American. Her parents immigrated from India. She is very accomplished. Yale Law School, that's where they met. She worked at a high-end law firm up until just a couple of days ago. So, yeah, it's interesting. And this is the party has gone out of its way to put a diverse message out there. On 3 different occasions, they've said from the podium, for example, we don't care who you love. We don't care who you marry. We care about your ideas. That's a reach out to the LGBTQ committee.
This guy completely just, what do you want to call it, glazed over the fact that she worked as a law clerk for Brett Kavanaugh and for Chief Justice Roberts. So yeah, those would seem to be pretty important pieces of information, which would perhaps inform people of her politics. But no, the NBC, that was NBC, right? Yeah, NBC LA doing a real bang-up job there of telling us who Usha Vance is. So thankful for that video. Now, I want to look at this real quick. Somebody made a comment, and you saw you saw Project 2025 merch earlier. That's not what we're going to talk about, but I do want to talk about just kind of the very strange cult-like nature of of this group of people here. Let's look at this picture real quick. This is from Axios. I don't know who actually took the picture. It looks like Joe Rady of Getty Images. Well, look at this. This is at the RNC. I think this was the 3rd or 4th day. Oh, 17th. So this was actually the 3rd day. And look at this. I mean, you know how we were talking about how Mike Lindell was going to start selling ear pillows? Well, no need. No, Axios, stop asking me for... Stop that. Settle down. You see what we're dealing with here? Okay, this, you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You can only see at least 6 people in this one photo. It's a close-up photo. Who knows how many people were actually there dressed like this? This is ridiculous. Yeah, I think Mike Lindell is really kicking himself now. He could have cashed in on the ear pillow, but did not. Unless I am somehow missing that. Okay, let's go on here to the next thing. To discuss J.D. Vance in a bit more detail, this is from Democracy Now! From a couple of days ago. J.D. Vance praised a 9/11 conspiracy theorist Alex Jones as a truth teller in a private 2021 speech.
Ready the Second Amendment?
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. War, Peace, and the Presidency, Breaking with Convention. We're broadcasting from Milwaukee from the Republican National Convention. I'm Amy Goodman. Ohio Senator J.D. Vance is preparing to make his first speech tonight after being tapped by Donald Trump as his running mate. Vance will headline the Republican National Convention tonight. On Tuesday, ProPublica published a newly uncovered 2021 speech Vance made a year before he was elected to the Senate. The video shows Vance addressing an invitation-only group of young conservatives. The chair of the group is Leonard Leo. This is part of what J.D. Vance said.
If you listen to Alex Jones every day, you would believe that a transnational financial elite controls things in our country, that they hate our society, and oh, by the way, a lot of them are probably sex perverts too. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, that's actually a hell of a lot more true than Rachel Maddow's view of society. But then the second criticism that I get is, well, he's a crazy conspiracist, right? He doesn't believe that 9/11 actually happened, or he believed 9/11 was an inside job. And look, I understand this really desire to not be called terrible names. It's like, yeah, okay, this person believes crazy things, but I bet if you're being honest with yourself, every single person in this room believes at least something that's a little crazy, right? I mean, I believe the devil is real and that he works terrible things in our society. That's a crazy conspiracy theory to a lot of very well-educated people in this country right now. Even though, of course, they participated in it without knowing about it, but that's a separate matter.
This guy is wild.
During the same 2021 speech to the Teneo Network, J.D. Vance talked about the billionaire tech investor Peter Thiel, who'll go on to spend over $10 million to help Vance get elected to the Senate in 2022.
Ladies and gentlemen, the most important truths often come from people who are crazy 60% of the time, but they're right 40% of the time. I don't know Elon Musk very well. I know him a little bit. I've had a couple of private conversations with him. Elon Musk believes some crazy stuff. I'm very close friends with Peter Thiel. I think Peter Thiel is one of the most important sources of non-conventional truth in our society. Peter Thiel.
This guy has some of the worst friends. Elon Musk and Peter Thiel. Jesus Christ.
Believes some things that are considered crazy by opinion makers. We have to get away from this weird tension that we feel in our chest when somebody says, this person believes something crazy, therefore you must denounce them.
Because
that was J.D. Vance speaking
if you did, then you would be forced to actually confront all the problems with, you know, all of the Republican theories. I mean, QAnon is the first thing that comes to mind, sort of a glaring example.
2021. He was elected to the Senate in 22. That video obtained by ProPublica and documented. Joining us now is Andy Kroll, the investigative reporter for ProPublica. His new piece is headlined, "In Private Speech, J.D. Vance said the devil is real," and praised Alex Jones as a truth teller. Tell us more about what you found.
Weird.
Well, we got this video of this 30-minute speech and set of question and answer period with then candidate J.D. Vance, now Senator and VP designate nominee J.D. Vance, that really gives this unvarnished look into what J.D. Vance believes and into what he says to an audience of his peers, people he sees as leaders, future elected officials, future business people, but all from the conservative movement. We hear him talk about how he believes Tucker Carlson is a leader or possibly the leader of the conservative movement. We hear him again say that Alex Jones is someone who is a truth teller. Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene is someone who is a non-conventional person who should be defended by conservatives. You really get a sort of rare look at Vance, you know, unvarnished, unfiltered, because again, this was an invitation-only event. There was no press. This was all friends and like-minded conservatives.
I want to go.
Okay, all right, we're not. We don't need to dive it any more than that, I think. I really think that says plenty. I can't lie. I am really glad that I have lasers. Especially whenever MTG comes up, it's always the perfect time to throw a space laser in there. Okay, let's go to this. PBS NewsHour from a day ago. The intersection of faith and politics. A central message at Republican convention. No kidding. It was... It felt a lot like some sort of an evangelical church function more than anything.
The intersection of faith and politics has been a central message we've heard this week here in Milwaukee.
It's also something our own Judy Woodruff has been following closely as part of her America at a Crossroads series. Judy's with us now for a closer look. Thanks for being here.
Absolutely. Very good to be here.
It's great to have you. So as Amna mentioned, you recently filed 2 reports about the role of politics and the political divide in the white evangelical church. I wonder, what's your reaction to the incorporation of faith in the proceedings this week, and this notion expressed by lots of people here at this convention that Donald Trump surviving that assassination attempt really confirms that he is in some way God's chosen to bring salvation to the U.S., to the world, really elevating him as this messianic figure?
You're right, Jeff. There's no question there's been an effort on the part of some of the speakers and certainly on the part of some of the delegates as you talk to them, the sense that they want to or that they feel that faith and their faith, their Christian faith, has been invoked by this incident. I think Senator Tim Scott the other night mentioned Satan came down and was going to take Donald Trump's life, in effect, but God intervened and therefore... You know, here's a message that we all need to hear. So you're hearing strands of that throughout this, these delegates. I will say this is not a universally accepted idea. I've just a few minutes ago, I was on the floor talking to delegates in general about a number of different things and asked them about the role of religion in politics. And some of them say they're not comfortable with it. So I wouldn't say it's universal among every single.
No, really, the vibe has been very weird and very sort of, like I was saying, like church function-y. Even, what's his name? Tim Scott came out when he did his speech. He, instead of talking normally, like he usually does, came out and started talking like he was a fucking preacher all of a sudden. It was very off-putting. It was very strange. How far are we in? 37 minutes? We're doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. How much do we have today? Oh god. Not doing good. Alright, let's go. Let's go to this one. This is Hulk Hogan. No, we're not about to watch wrestling. He, if you somehow are unaware of this, showed up to the RNC day 4, last day. I think it was Thursday. Let's see some of that footage. Go, web, go.
You know, when I look out and I see all the real Americans, I think about how Donald Trump, his family was compromised. When I look out there and I see Donald Trump, I think about how his business was compromised. But what happened last week when they took a shot at my hero?
Jesus Christ.
And they tried to kill the next president of the United States. Enough was enough. And I said, let Trumpomania run wild, brother. Let Trumpomania rule again. Let Trumpomania make America great again.
Wait, hold on. Wait.
Great again.
Although that's not the best shot of it. God damn it. I just realized that this just is not as good as I wanted it to be. Because you should have seen all of Trump's reaction to this. Because he was feeling this, that whole speech. He was getting involved. He was excited. I almost want to find a different vid. But just for a comparison, let's look at this. This was day before Donald Trump's own son, Donald Jr. He came and spoke day 3.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome businessman.
They want us to somehow believe that the only way forward is going backwards, where hiring decisions are based solely on race, where justice is only for those with the right opinions, where streets are a luxury only for the elite, where economic opportunity exists only when you know the right people. Right now, the America we all grew up with, the America that we love, feels...
Oh, to hear Don Jr. complain about nepotism from the stage of the RNC, by which he would only, the only way that he would ever be is by the exact same function, is truly a lesson in sort of a combined projection / gaslighting.
like an old photograph, where you sit down with your children and tell them what life used to be like. You look back at that America and remember a country that was confident and proud, an America that knew who it was and what it stood for. And it could all feel like a distant memory. Somewhere along the way we stumbled, somewhere along the way, we lost ourselves.
It was probably while you were busy doing coke with, what's her name? What's his wife's name again? I always forget. She's very forgettable, not gonna lie. Oh, real quick though. Real quick. This was Trump's reaction. Very muted. Very low energy reaction. Donald, you're doing a terrible job. Should never have given you my name. Kimberly Guilfoyle, that's right, thank you. Kimberly Tinfoil. They're not married yet. Oh, that's right. That's right. Living in sin. My God.
Illegal.
Okay. Now, let's look at this. There was a lot of speculation going on around the internet about where it was that Melania Trump happened to be. The entire RNC, in fact, for weeks, she's basically just gone completely unspotted, leaving people to wildly speculate about where she might be. My speculation, as it stands to now, is that she's just, doing only her contractually obligated public appearances. The rest is her getting massages and hanging out by the pool. That would be my guess. You think she... Oh my God. Oh no, did I see JD Vance saying the UK will be the first Islamic country with nukes now that Labour are in? I did not see that. And wow. Truly incredible, especially considering how Labour has been to pro-Palestinian voices in the Labour Party. But hey.
I don't want reality.
Let's go to this. Associated Press from 23 hours ago. Watch Melania Trump enter the arena on the final night of the RNC. Do I think they'll hold hands? Good question. I feel like they have to get an obligatory hand-holding in. Otherwise, she probably doesn't get her bonus. As we all know, she has a very unorthodox relationship with Donald Trump. I think that's actually verbatim what she said about it one time. I guess we'll never know whether or not they held hands. I think we can assume that they didn't.
Across the plains, Texas.
Okay. I think this is all just a song. Oh wait, no. Okay, it does actually. The Tiffany Trump thing was... I don't even know what happened with Tiffany. What happened with Tiffany Trump? I think I missed it. Alright, let's watch Donald Trump accept the nomination.
From sea to shining sea. From Detroit.
Music is terrible. Oh, I did see that. Oh, I should have stuck that in here. Oh, I suck. I should have definitely stuck that in here. Oh, that was so sad. That was so sad. Poor Tiffany. Poor Tiffany. just going unloved. Unloved. She went in for the hug, and Donald just looked directly ahead. Oh, God.
Thank you very much. The discord and division in our society must be healed. We must heal it quickly. As Americans, we are bound together by a single fate and a shared destiny. We rise together or we fall apart.
It seems very, very low energy. Not the normal energy, Trump. Very sort of subdued. Probably on opioids.
I am running to be president for all of America, not half of America, because there is no victory in winning for half of America.
Isn't that literally how the election works? Maybe he means he's going to... Wait, what does he mean by that? Oh, God. It's not making a lot of sense, especially because half of America really doesn't like him, and the policies that he would put forward, enact, would be hated by half of the country, most likely. Just guessing, I can't tell the future. Oh, he's president of all of the people who love Trump. Right. Not just half of them. That makes sense. That checks out. Alright. Listen to Donald Trump describe the harrowing details of his attempted assassination in this here speech at the RNC. Okay.
It was a warm, beautiful day in the early evening
Jesus,
in
what is
Butler
happening?
Township in the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Music was loudly playing, and the campaign was doing really well. In order to see the chart, I started to, like this, turn to my right and was ready to begin a little bit further turn, which I'm very lucky I didn't do.
He's speaking very, very slowly today. I don't understand.
When I heard a loud whizzing sound and felt something hit me really, really hard.
What in the fuck? What in the actual? Did they really slow it down and catch the moment the bullet went by, and then put it up on the fucking like on the teleprompter, but on the goddamn backdrop? Oh my god! Oh my god! Wow.
Right ear. I said to myself, wow, what was that? It can only be a bullet. And moved my right hand to my ear.
The way he's describing this is... The actual shooting isn't funny, but the way that he's describing this is fucking hilarious. Oh my god. Wow. Okay. Only one thing. I said to myself, sir, you better duck. Alright, Yeah, I guess we will go to this. Some of the mainstream media are complimenting Trump on his performance during this. You know, I think I saw some of that where they're like, he seemed very, very presidential and sort of reserved. It's like no, the guy's on painkillers. He's moving 30% slower because of that. Oh boy, people on Twitch are comparing how many Galactic credits they have, or is it still Galactic? I think it's space money. Space money. How much space money they have, which is just accruing by watching the stream. No, we're gonna skip one of these just because of how much time this is already taken. We're not even done talking American politics yet. We're like an hour in. Let's go to this. From Forbes Breaking News, also a piece of that same speech where Trump discussed his friendship with Kim Jong-un.
China. This is Democracy Now! Democracy.
No, sorry, Amy. It's going to take too long to do that video right now.
We defeated 100% of ISIS in Syria and Iraq.
100%?
Something that was said to take 5 years, sir. It'll take 5 years, sir.
It's just factually inaccurate.
We did it in a matter of a couple of months. We have a great military. Our military is not woke. It's just some of the fools on top that are woke.
That's super weird.
I got along very well.
That was super weird how the fucking applause went off at the same time that everybody was clapping in the audience.
North Korea, Kim Jong-un, I got along very well with him. The press hated when I said that. How could you get along with him? Well,
he is a dictator.
You know, it's nice to get along with somebody who has a lot of nuclear weapons or otherwise, isn't it?
Right, okay.
See, in the old days, they'd say, that's a wonderful thing. Now they say, how can you possibly do that? But no, I got along with him, and we stopped the missile launches from North Korea. Now North Korea is acting up again, but when we get back, I get along with them.
Wait,
He'd like to see me back, too. I think he misses me, if you want to know.
I think he misses me. We were such good friends. And now, well, but Kim Jong-un is very upset. Totally normal, very presidential. Talking about dictators, miss him. He calls me every day, weeping. They go, Mr. Trump, sir, when will he be back? I say, very, very soon, Kimmy. Is that true? Did David Feldman say that he's a Zionist? My God.
Illegal.
Disappointing. I was already a little bit disappointed with some of his recent coverage. That actually sort of makes it all make more sense, somehow. Okay. Let's go on to a different Democracy Now! Video. See, you're not missing out on that much Democracy Now! We'll probably watch that other one later this weekend. Actually, since I passed it, I'm just going to save it to my watch later. There we go. Okay. Let's go to this. This is from 2 days ago. Now, things have already changed since this came out. But let's start here. This is from 2 days ago where, according to Democracy Now!, DNC is considering making moves to lock in Biden as an early nominee, despite growing discontent among Democrats. We've been discussing that discontent ad nauseum here. I think we've gone through a long list of people who have already made public statements, as well as a supposed even longer list of non-public voices behind the scenes. Yeah, let's go to this. Oh, wait a second. How many likes do we have?
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. War, peace.
Wait, Amy, wait. How many likes do we have? 22 likes. Oh my god. Oh my god. What's that? It's a 9. Okay. And a 10. A 9 and a 10. Che Guevara and Ellen Ripley from Alien. Okay, back to the news.
The presidency, breaking with convention. I'm Amy Goodman. We're broadcasting from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, the site of the Republican National Convention this week. We've expanded our coverage to 2 hours each day. Check our website or your local station to get the expanded coverage. Over the weekend, California Congressmember Adam Schiff warned donors Democrats would lose the presidency, control of the Senate, and miss out on the chance to reclaim the House unless President Biden steps aside. Adam Schiff, who's running for California's U.S. Senate seat in November, reportedly made the comments during a private fundraising dinner in New York. Despite mounting fears over Biden's ability.
I just triggered your Google Home. What phrase triggers your Google Home? I don't even know.
Beat Trump following his disastrous first debate. Democrats appear to be moving ahead with plans to hold a virtual vote confirming Biden as their nominee weeks before the Democratic National Convention begins in Chicago on August 19th. We're joined now again by John Nichols, the nation's national affairs correspondent. His latest piece is headlined, "If Democratic leaders suck the life out of their 2024 convention, they will damage party prospects in November." So, John, we had you back on. We bumped into you yesterday. We were going into the convention last night. You were going out. We were asking you where you're going. You said you were here to cover the RNC, but you found yourself spending so much of your time dealing with the Democrats. Why is that? What exactly is happening?
Sure. It's a big story. In fact, in some ways, it might be as big or bigger a story than what we're dealing with right here. Because next month, Democrats will gather in Chicago, and they're renominating a president. That's supposed to be a pretty standard, almost boring procedure, except, of course, we have all the controversy with Biden. Now, here's the interesting thing. The Democratic National Committee, and apparently the Biden campaign, have been agitating for quite a while now to move the roll call vote, which is supposed to take place during the convention in late August, up to, initially they talked about sometime around August 7th. Now they're talking about moving it to perhaps as soon as next week. So Joe Biden could be nominated for president next week, even though the convention's almost a month away.
Wait a second. If you can explain, because this is a time, it's sort of a very colorful thing at both the RNC and the DNC. Yeah. Each state says we nominate, they wear cheese on their head, they do whatever. No offense to you here in Wisconsin.
Cheese, it's a styrofoam cheese.
Yes. Right, and each one hails their state, but then nominates their candidate. Now, we had first heard that they wanted to get away from this in Democratic convention because they were concerned about protests, perhaps around Gaza. But this has become snowballed into something. And then they said Ohio needed this approval before they could what? And now what's happening?
I know, you're summing it up well, because what you just said sounded a little confusing. And not because of you, but it's because it is confusing. And in a sense, an argument can be made that some of the Democratic power brokers have decided to sort of create a confusion, right? To create a circumstance where people are like, oh, this sounds kind of messy. Maybe we ought to just lock it in before the convention, get it all done. And the initial argument they had was that the state of Ohio had an early deadline and that you had to meet that deadline. It was before the convention to get your candidate on the ballot, right? So that's a big deal and that's important. You don't want to not be on the ballot in Ohio, except that Ohio very clearly said, nope, we'll give you a waiver till September 1. So everybody who's serious about this says that's off the table. That's not a problem. So then they...
Okay, I think we get it, though. So some members of the DNC are attempting to circumvent the potential for either a contested delegation or even a process before the delegation, which would change Joe Biden to a different candidate, and just get it done now. Trying to find whatever excuses they can, even if they have no real grounds. We have no idea what triggered it? Okay, cool. That gives me so much solace. Alright, since then, a number of things have happened. I think we'll start with this one. This is from 2 days ago as well. Whoops, clicked the wrong thing. Go back. No. No, go forward now. Yes, thank you. Go to this, where Chuck
In the meantime,
Schumer,
John Carl, this conversation that won't go away. You saw what Adam Schiff said today, and you have new reporting tonight about a meeting that took place Saturday. Not a lot of people heard about this because of, obviously, the horror in Pennsylvania involving Donald Trump. But Chuck Schumer went to Joe Biden in Delaware, the president, and had a meeting with him and came out and simply said it was a good meeting.
This was a tough meeting, David, and I am told that the pressure from Democratic leaders for Biden to get out of the race is intensifying. In fact, one person who has been out there publicly defending Biden told me just a short while ago, Biden is going to see the whole house of cards come down soon. As for that meeting in Rehoboth, Delaware, I am told that this was a one-on-one meeting, just the Senate leader and the president, and that Chuck Schumer forcefully made the case that it would be better for Biden, better for the Democratic Party, and better for the country if he were to bow out of the race. And David, when I went to Schumer's office to ask them to tell them I was going to report this and tell you this tonight, absolutely no denial from Senator Schumer's office.
So yeah, that's about all I needed from that. Zero denial coming out of Chuck Schumer's office that he was in fact having these conversations, suggesting that Joe Biden should in fact be stepping out of the race. Is AOC wrong for being concerned about the nom? Actually, I'm glad you asked this question. You know what? I'm going to give you a weird answer for this. What I think is that AOC is playing chess in this situation, right? She knows that the DNC, right, the people who kind of hate progressives, are not going to listen to her telling them that Biden needs to drop out. And if she did, she would probably, and along with her, other progressives, tangentially be blamed for any potential sort of downstream effects of all of this, even though we know it's really on the fault of the Biden campaign, of the people around Joe Biden who have allowed this to go on for as long as it has. But yeah, I think she's just, kind of game theorying this one out, right? And saying, you know what, I'm not going to defect. I'm going to pretend that I'm fine with this because I will not be having a big effect on this either way. And might as well appear to be playing along with the party. All of that, maybe banking some sort of, maybe not favor, but some sort of kudos, some sort of points. I don't know, just thinking out loud. Where am I going? All right, we're going to go. I'm going to skip this. I've already heard enough from this about Chuck Schumer, along with Adam Schiff, along with other big Democrats. There is more to discuss. Oh, hydrate. I will in fact hydrate. Thank you, Omega Star. You know what I need to do, which I haven't done, but since people have been using the Twitch stuff more and more, I need to add, at least for some of these, for instance, I noticed, who was it? Somebody made a donation recently, added a message to that donation. I think it might have been Don. Might have been Don James. But there's a way to make it so that fancy robot reads your messages for me to the chat. So I'll try and get that done this weekend. All right, let's look at this, where Nancy Pelosi privately told Biden that the polls show that he cannot win and will take down the Democratic House along with him. This is CNN from a day ago.
3 of the Republican National Convention just wrapped up here in Milwaukee. In battleground state Wisconsin, Senator J.D. Vance of Ohio introduced himself to the party and to the nation as Donald Trump's running mate. He accepted his party's nomination formally this evening. There's also news on the other side of the aisle from the Democrats. Sources sharing with CNN details of a recent phone call between President Biden and former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, who remains a very powerful and influential Democrat in Congress. CNN's MJ Lee's joining us from the White House with more. MJ, what can you tell us about this call?
Jake, we are learning that former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and President Biden spoke again recently, and that Pelosi told the president that polling shows that the president cannot defeat Donald Trump and that he could destroy Democrats' chances of winning the House if he were to continue seeking a second term. Now, we are also told by our sources that the president responded by being defensive about the polling, telling Pelosi he has seen the data polling that shows that he can in fact win, and that at one point Pelosi asked Mike Donilon, the president's senior advisor, to get on the line to go over the data. Now, none of our sources said whether in this phone call Nancy Pelosi privately told President Biden that she believes he should drop out of the race, but it's important to note this is the second known conversation now between Nancy Pelosi and President Biden since his debate performance that really shook the party at the end of June. I should also...
Okay, that's enough out of this. I just thought it was really important because of the fact that Nancy Pelosi is essentially one of, if not the highest ranking, most entrenched Democrats in the entire party. I think everybody here knows I'm not a fan of Nancy Pelosi, but it is consequential, undoubtedly. I don't think she's actually a DNC member, like a voting member at this time. I could be wrong. I know that she used to be. I think it's her daughter now who's actually a voting member in the DNC. I could be wrong. This is me literally just trying to recall information without having to Google it right now, because I want to keep moving to this, which I would say is even more consequential than Nancy Pelosi. This is from BBC News from a day ago. If you haven't heard this one, well, buckle in. Barack Obama tells allies that Joe Biden needs to seriously consider candidacy. Good God, I can barely talk today. Thankfully, I'm not running for president. She might be. I don't know.
Now let's return to our top story. That race to become the next president of the United States has taken another unexpected twist. Joe Biden has tested positive for COVID. It's forced him to suspend all engagements and isolate at his home in Delaware. And that couldn't be at a worse time for the president. The noise from top Democrats and some of his closest allies to end his campaign and stand aside is deafening. The Washington Post is reporting that Barack Obama, who remains hugely influential within the party, has told allies that his former vice president needs to seriously consider his candidacy. While the top two Democrats in the US Congress, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer and House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, are both reported to have met with him individually to express concern over his bid for the White House. And Nancy Pelosi, the former House Speaker, has also privately told him that he cannot beat Donald Trump in November's election. That is according to US media tonight. As a result, the 81-year-old president is now said to be open to considering changing his mind about running. And being stuck at home with COVID, you can imagine he will be thinking about very little else. Well, all of this comes as his opponent, Donald Trump, prepares to deliver the closing speech at the Republican.
Yes, indeed. And we took a quick look at that speech already. Okay, so yeah, that's just adding to this very, very long list of Democrats now asking for Joe Biden to step down, to strongly reconsider his going forward in this election. It's an overwhelming list at this point, especially when you start adding in people like Chuck Schumer and Pelosi and Barack Obama. They're basically some of the biggest names in the Democratic Party. And they've all been Biden's biggest supporters up to this point, honestly. Okay, let's quickly talk about this on our way to other American non-political stories to some degree. Let's go here. The Majority Report with Sam Cedar from 2 days ago. RFK's rat fuck campaign exposed during week Trump call.
I cannot tell you, how personally sort of distraught I am about the role that Bobby Kennedy is playing in this election. I think, look, Joe Biden is a very, very weak candidate at this point, as a function, really, in my estimation, of two things. One is he demoralized a lot of people. I don't know that from on.
It's so weird to think that Sam and RFK used to be at all connected. But when Sam was doing the Air America days, they knew each other. In fact, I think he was a contributor on Air America at one point. It's just wild to think about.
Per vote basis, but as a second order issue, he demoralized a lot of activists in the Democratic Party because of his foreign policy, particularly as it pertains to Israel's ongoing ethnic cleansing, genocide, starvation of Palestinians in Gaza. And then the second one, of course, is that he is extremely, it's not a question of old. I mean, Bernie Sanders is old. He is physically incapable of running a campaign. That's just, there's no doubt about it. I have no sense of whether he's capable of being president.
You wish that RFK's family would come out more in the mainstream media and say that he shouldn't be running. Totally fair. I think that they kind of drew the line. They already came out, if I'm not mistaken, and publicly unendorsed his campaign. But it was over a year ago, I think. And I think that's really all they ever said about it publicly as a family. I assume it's pretty complicated in that family.
Because I'm not privy to what's going on behind closed doors. But in terms of running a campaign, he seems physically incapable of doing it because he can't even get into an interview and do anything except for essentially come out bragging that he...
I'm the guy.
I'm the guy who didn't poop my pants during the interview, so I'm perfectly good candidate.
Let's talk about his last. Incredible. Let's talk about the future.
Putting that aside, Kennedy is poised now, in many respects, to completely aid Donald Trump's presidential aspirations. And there's a story.
Oh, wait, I forgot.
Out in by the AP. Libertarians want to put Kennedy on the ballot in Colorado. They have been explicit about wanting Trump to win. And one of the ways they're going to do that is by putting Bobby Kennedy on their ballot line. He, of course.
Yep. Yep. Now, hold on. I think. Spot. Oh, it's like right after it. Never mind. Let's go right back.
Just solicited them for this.
Oh, we have 30 likes.
Cornell West.
Hold on.
Listen to this.
Hold on. 20. That's Buddy Jesus on a raptor with the pride flag. That's one of the emojis I'm the most proud of. Probably because it's one of the only ones in which art, any form of art, was required.
Well, we'll get into Cornell West in a moment. But Bobby Kennedy, they...
this is a leaked
Yeah, this
video.
Well, this is a leaked video of Kennedy apparently calling Donald Trump. I don't know who shot this video. It's sort of amazing that it leaked. But here is that video.
I agree with you, man. Something's wrong with that whole system. Yeah. And, you know, and it's the doctors you find. Remember I said I want to do small doses. Small doses. When you feed a baby, Bobby, a vaccination that has like 38 different vaccines, and it looks like it's meant for a horse, not a, you know,
What is he talking about?
baby. It looks like you should be giving a horse this.
Is he talking about?
You see the size of it, right?
Is
It's
that
massive.
the measles vaccine stuff?
And then you see the baby all of a sudden starting to change radically. I've seen it too many times. And then you hear that it doesn't have an impact, right? But you and I talked about that a long time ago. And anyway, I would love you to do something. And I think it'll be so good for you and so big for you. And
So big for you.
We're way ahead of
The very biggest.
I don't want reality.
Wait, that's not the right thing. That's one.
Science.
Yeah. To be so big, RFK, you have no idea. Nobody knows who you are. You do this. Oh my God. Straight to the top.
And, you know, he's interesting. It was very nice, actually. He called me, and he said, how did you choose to move to the right? Because, you know, so I guess that's, people say, you know, if I was looking straight on, right? He said, I said, I was just showing a chart. I didn't have to tell him the chart was on all the people.
Pause it for 1 second. I just, like, first off, there's a couple of things that are striking about this. One is, Trump is referencing their talk back in 2016 when Kennedy visited Trump at Trump Tower to talk about vaccinations. Now, Donald Trump has not seen any babies that have changed. Yeah, he hasn't seen any babies. Period.
He barely sees his own adult children.
Of course, it's absurd.
When
it's absolutely
did
absurd.
that man see babies?
But he's basically telling Kennedy, we can work together after the election, and I'm going to win. Now, Kennedy, despite the fact that he's going out there saying that he's going to win,
Yeah.
When Donald Trump says I'm going to win, he doesn't even give a good natured.
Yeah, no, you could see his look on his face. He's hearing it and saying, "Yeah, this is the political move for me to be the fucking the spoiler candidate for Donald Trump." RFK was for peace. RFK Jr. is for genocide. Honestly, I've paid so little attention to RFK or any of his policies because I just don't take him seriously as a person. Like I've heard enough, like from the very few things that I heard about him going into it after he started running, that I was just like, this guy isn't serious. This isn't as serious. run. He's not a serious person. You think he'll get some sort of cushy cabinet or ambassadorship for Trump if he wins? Could be right. Let's not have that happen at all. I figured this would be the next video to segue us into our discussion of other American stuff. Let's talk about COVID-19. This is NBC Bay Area from a day ago, where apparently COVID-19 cases are up, and so are hospitalizations, according to the data.
It's science.
California is among many states experiencing a COVID surge.
Today in the Bay's Chris Sanchez is live this morning in San Jose. I know, Chris, you're outside one wastewater facility that's been critical in tracking COVID data.
Good morning to you, Ginger and Marcus. So California uses wastewater levels to monitor COVID activity. This is one of the dozen or so around the Bay Area that are seeing elevated levels. Let's take a look at that map there. It's going to show you exactly where we are seeing elevated levels across the Bay Area, according to the California Department of Public Health dashboard. Now, all of the wastewater monitoring sites across the Bay seem to be at elevated levels over the last week or so. Now, part of this is because people are out and about on summer.
So now, you may not be aware of this, but the waste treatment plants do something with your poop. Specifically your poop water, and they are monitoring it for different things that the government deems important enough to keep monitoring, such as COVID and other sorts of diseases, waterborne bacteria and such, and report these sorts of things. And according to those reports, there's definitely an increase in cases, even if they're not being reported by the people who have it, but also, like they go into later, hospitalizations are also up too. So maybe you know, hold on to those masks, people. Just an idea. You can keep those handy. All right, let's keep talking about health stuff, but on the other side of the country in New York, this is CBS New York from 2 days ago, where CBS New York investigated the number of hospital closures around New York State, which is actually quite high, higher than I thought it was going to be. I was like, what's it going to be, 3 or 4? No.
A CBS 2 investigation has found nearly 4 dozen hospitals have closed across New York State since 2000.
The legal challenge has delayed the closure of Beth Israel.
4 dozen, 48 hospitals. That's 2 per year in the state of New York. That's a lot. And, you know, I think it's pretty obvious in some cases why they're being closed. Because of greed. Because of corporate greed, because they're run by companies with a profit motive, incentive, if you will, rather than having their main concern being the community. It happens to be, how much money can I make me and the board?
Which had been slated for last week. CBS 2 investigative reporter Tim McNicholas shows us how the impending closure is already affecting New Yorkers.
Dustin Jones is a former patient at Beth Israel Hospital who is closing one door and opening another. He's headed to his first appointment with a new doctor as Mount Sinai Health System plans to close Beth Israel.
Do I want to go to Brooklyn? No, not really. But at this point, I don't really have a choice. Because I don't know what's going to happen with Beth Israel, I decided about 2 weeks ago to switch my doctor.
Jones lives in Midtown and used to push his wheelchair to Beth Israel, but at the moment he can't find any.
This is fucked up. This is real fucked up. And they haven't even gotten to the reason yet why people think this is being closed.
Doctors that meet his needs closer than Cobble Hill, about an hour away on public transit on a good day.
Because everybody, either they're not accepting new patients or they don't have everything that is critical for me and what I need.
Records from the New York State Nurses Association and the State Health Department show at least 42 other hospitals have closed across the Empire State since 2000. But New York health officials contend some of those areas, although they wouldn't say which, may have also had new hospitals open. Mount Sinai says it's investing in existing facilities to create a...
They won't even say for sure on the hospitals that they won't list. Weird. Very weird. You can't even afford you can't even get the crazy pills.
Quote, continuity of care for downtown residents after Beth Israel closes.
Save our hospitals! Save our hospitals!
But for months, patients and staff have fought the plan to shutter the 500-bed hospital, arguing it would devastate the East Village, including Arthur Schwartz, who suffered a heart attack in 2017 and was treated less than an hour later.
I feel like this hospital being here saved my own life.
He's also the lead attorney on a lawsuit claiming Mount Sinai is violating state laws by closing Beth Israel and already stopping some services.
It's an intentional action by Mount Sinai's CEO because the property that this hospital sits on is extremely valuable real estate.
That's right. Property values have gone up. This hospital's been here for decades. And when they first bought it, it wasn't worth anything. And now, oh my God. Oh my God. That is very pricey real estate. So now, is between the real estate price or people, money or human beings. One time. Cash infusion or the community. Such a hard choice to make. So many benefits on one side, and then there's also all these negatives on the other. Wait, it's just the one benefit. It's just a bunch of money for a small group of people. Oh, this is our privatized healthcare system. The supposed best healthcare system in the world. Spoiler alert, not the best. First Red Lobster and now the hospitals. The Red Lobster thing killed me. Well played. Well played. I wasn't prepared for the Red Lobster reference at all. Alright. Let's go here to back to California. San Francisco. Bay Area homelessness. San Francisco and Oakland prepare to ramp up homeless sweeps. Oh boy.
Illegal.
Yeah, I gotta sweep those homeless people. They are now illegal for existing, thanks to the Supreme Court.
Coming weeks, an increase in homeless camp sweeps is expected in a number of Bay Area cities.
They're now permitted to take place after a federal judge denied a request to block those sweeps. KTVU's Bailey O'Carroll went to one of those encampments expected to be removed. All right, Bailey, what did they tell you?
Yeah, Mike and Christina, of course, those residents aren't necessarily happy with that decision. They say at this point there is just nowhere for them to go, and they say sweeps like this don't actually do anything to permanently solve the homeless crisis.
Oh, no kidding.
I don't want
There's nowhere for any of us to go. I mean, every part of the city, someone's getting thrown out of it somewhere else.
Over the next month, a wave of homeless encampments will be cleared out in San Francisco and Oakland. Last month, the Supreme Court ruled that enforcing rules against unhoused residents sleeping outside does not violate the Eighth Amendment's cruel and unusual punishment clause, though residents and homeless outreach service centers like the Coalition of Homelessness pushed back.
In the face and flying in the face of every public health study and academic research paper that has come out of any major institution that shows how to solve homelessness does not point in any direction to increased criminalization.
Just yes.
Yeah, weird. Super weird. That doesn't come into play at all when you actually break it down scientifically by studying it. Weird. Although you'd think that legislators and other sorts of people involved in these decision-making processes would be able to figure this one out, because the solution's actually in the word homeless. The meaning of homeless means that you don't have a home. And the way to solve that is, well, it's once again, it's right there at the beginning. Let's go to this, which is incredibly frustrating. This is the exact opposite of what I wanted to hear or show you today. But this is in... where is this one? I think this is also in... No, this is not. This is in Seattle. This is in Seattle. A man has been arrested after fire damages 25 tiny homes near Seattle waterfront. And when they say the word damaged, they are being very generous with that word, because as you'll see, many of them are completely destroyed. This is disgusting. Yeah, as you can see, damaged is the wrong word. It would appear that, I don't know, just from the imprints you can kind of see it appears to be like a 3x4, aside from maybe over here. There might have just been 3 here, but that's 11 homes just right here. There's another one there destroyed completely. These two appear to be half destroyed and burned. And you can't, like, at least in my mind, this is attempted murder, right? How did he go, or whomever, a man, did he go knocking on each door, making sure nobody was in there before he lit them on fire? This is just disgusting. Who does this? Honestly, I don't know if anybody was killed in this. This is a completely soundless video, just showing the damage, showing people there, overlooking the scene, but I do not have more information on this right now. I'm going to look into it more later and try and bring you more. But this is just, God. Just didn't want to just ignore that today. That is just, that's devastating. We talk about the homeless crisis, the housing crisis at large here on this stream multiple times a week. I'm pretty sure I can say that with pretty much utter certainty. How am I doing on time? Okay, we're an hour and a half in. Let's go to this. This is from Reuters. 2 days ago. Then they are going to break down the potential of rate cuts. Will please, financial overloads, give us some rate cuts.
Top U.S. Federal Reserve officials on Wednesday indicated that interest rate cuts are getting closer. Fed Governor Christopher Waller said the time to cut rates was, quote, drawing closer during a speech at the Kansas City Fed. And New York Fed President John Williams used the same language in an interview with the Wall Street Journal. They cited the improved trajectory of inflation and a labor market now in better balance. The remarks appear to set...
Okay, that's all we're doing. Just figured we would quickly just glance at that as we are moving through things here today. Just keeping in mind what the unelected Federal Reserve is doing with regards to our monetary system. Let's go on to this. Oh, this is a big story. I wonder, I'm guessing, actually, this did not get that many views looking at all this. Okay. Well, you may or may not have heard about this, but a global IT outage occurred today, impacting just an incredible number of things. Airports, DMVs, banks, among other things. I guess we'll start here in Denver. Like I said, it's global, not just the United States. I think it had something to do with the Microsoft Windows update patch.
CBS News Colorado at noon. More than 1,000 flights have now been canceled or delayed across the country after a global outage to Microsoft cloud-based services. It's not just affecting airports, it's impacting banks, some hospital systems, even our own newsroom. The cybersecurity firm CrowdStrike says a faulty update to computers running Microsoft Windows led to major IT issues across the world. We've been reporting on this breaking news all day long, and our coverage continues right now. Some airlines at Denver International Airport, like Frontier and American, lifted their ground stops very early this morning. By 7:30, every airline said flights were starting to resume. But that doesn't mean issues have resolved. Just take a look at FlightAware right now. We're seeing more than 1,400 delays across the map, 412 cancellations nationwide. It's been a nightmare for a lot of people trying to catch their flight.
So yeah, 1,400 flights across the United States canceled, at least at the time of this video. Like I said, airports weren't the only place affected. Let's go to this. Also in Colorado, Colorado DMV reports statewide outage after CrowdStrike incident. Wait, is it CloudStrike or CrowdStrike? These two titles
at the airport for us all morning long. We're taking a look at Union Station right now, just one of several agencies experiencing problems as they work to get their systems working again. Joe Illen is your reporter at the desk, and Joel, you're keeping a running list as we reach out to agencies and businesses, and the Department of Motor Vehicles is on the list of places that's been impacted.
Yeah, this is one of them, and you know it's tough to go down to the DMV. It's always busy down that direction. You got to go and take a number, and now it looks like there's going to be even further delays. I want to show you what the website looks like as we get to this noon hour. The Colorado DMV, they say, is currently experiencing outages affecting most of the services. We sent Jasmine Arenas, your reporter in Denver, down to the DMV there at 5 Points, and this is the footage that she brought back for us. She talked to some folks down that direction. She is going to have a full report coming up this evening as we have CBS News Colorado newscasts at 4, 5, and 6. The taxation division, that's part of the Colorado Department of Revenue that includes the DMV, experienced the major outages. The online service.
That dude checked out from that conversation the second that he realized that he wasn't going to be able to get in. That was the look on that man's face. Hilarious. They used the Windows before Windows 95. That can't be possible. It doesn't make any sense. 2024. That's 30-year-old software. It don't make no sense. Oh, I almost forgot. I'm trying to do this. I'm trying to remember this more often. Oh, god damn it. Oh, Twitch took the ad break for me. Well, that completely ruins my plan. I was about to do the whole spiel about how you could take money from Jeff Bezos and give it to me by subscribing to my channel on Twitch with your free Twitch Prime sub that you get with your Amazon Prime memberships. It's the right thing to do, to take that money from Jeffy Bezos and give it to the real Galactic Lord. But I don't even know if the Twitch people are hearing me right now because they just got an unnecessary ad break from Twitch without my saying so. Very rude. Very, very rude. The DMV on Long Island, all the way in New York, also experienced outages from this crowd strike.
Another location hit hard is DMV. The offices rely on computer systems for nearly every aspect of business. So what is normally a frustrating experience is even more so today. Long Island reporter Shantae Lance has more on that part of our story live in Garden City. Shantae.
Well, David, Governor Kathy Hochul just announcing that all DMVs across New York State are experiencing some impacts from this collision. In fact, they all have to close, like this one behind me. A security guard has been in that door, turning folks away all morning. We sat and watched. We spoke with them. The governor says that people, they have their staff working around the clock since overnight, but no luck. And as you see behind me, folks are getting here and surprised. An IT outage through the cybersecurity firm CrowdStrike is wreaking havoc worldwide, including right here on Long Island in Garden City. This DMV is one of all across New York State facing major issues, turning Nassau County residents away, closing its doors for the rest of the day.
It's just very disheartening because I came here today to handle my business.
I was supposed to do my title and my license. Yeah. Yeah, so now I got to wait a weekend.
I've been here since 8:30 this morning and been here just waiting, and I gave up and going home. Very.
This dude planned his whole day out. Now it's ruined. Well, there actually turned out to be over 2,000 flights canceled during the day. I do believe that at this point the outage has been addressed, but it was, well, as you can see, causing problems all over our country. I skipped over the rest of the world, but there was a bunch of other things that happened because of this around the world, from here to Australia. All right, let's go on to talk about Amazon. Amazon Prime Day. It just got done. I believe it was yesterday, Doodle. No, maybe it was Wednesday. Here's Reuters from 3 days ago. According to them, Amazon Prime Day sales to hit record $14 billion, according to a data firm. Wow. Whoops, it's the wrong one. I forgot this one has stuff for me to read. Turn the volume down halfway. Okay. Shoppers are likely to spend roughly $14 billion during Amazon's Prime Day event this year. That's according to data firm Adobe Analytics. Really good for them.
This year, we have millions of deals dropping as often as every 5 minutes through select periods across over 35 categories.
Ooh.
We've been preparing for Prime Day for weeks and months leading up to the event, including how we place inventory and forecast customer sales so that we can be.
How exciting. How exciting for Amazon and their stockholders. Jeez. Weird is I have another story here, which we're going to go straight to, saying that apparently Amazon Prime Day is a major cause of injuries for workers.
What? I don't want reality.
Today's last day for Amazon's Prime Day sales, and people are making the most of the deals. But Prime Day can be dangerous for warehouse workers. A new congressional report suggests that workers are more than twice as likely to be injured while working during the two-day event. Amazon's total injury rate during Prime Day in 2019 was just under 45 injuries per 100 workers. That's including the injuries the company did not report to OSHA. Amazon says a report from the Senate committee fails to address its progress in.
Oh, you say they failed to report those to OSHA, huh? Shocking. Shocking. By the way, I don't know if you heard that, but literally, or at least nearly literally, half of the number of workers working are essentially like at threat of being injured. What did they say? 43 out of 100 workers injured? Like, what? How is that possible? How can that number be legal in any way?
Illegal.
Doesn't even make sense. It's just wild. Okay. I might save. I save this for tomorrow. So much to do today. All right, let's do this instead. Well, I hope everybody has been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit that like button and don't forget to subscribe. They both really help out. If you already done those things and you want to help out even more, well, here's a good idea. You can become a Galactic producer on Patreon. Just a few US dollars to gain access to just a cornucopia of space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn galaxy. Alright, chat, I will be right back. Oh, by the way, before I leave, just want to mention this in case you are listening to this and you are a new Patreon subscriber. Don't forget to check your Patreon messages on the app so that you can take advantage of all those sweet benefits. If you don't answer, you won't be able to add any art to this scene or other scenes, or you get that sweet shout out, or and maybe that's not the important part for you, and that's fine. Just throw that out there. Okay, I'm back. Looks like we're talking Project 2025 in chat. It is a disturbing plan. It really is. You know, it's not disturbing? Space Lake. Where if you are a Patreon subscriber, you could potentially have your own boat in which to float. So, if you so choose. Just throwing ideas out there. Alright, well. Calling all space fams. Galactic intermission is coming to a close. You haven't seen Selena. Are you right? Neither have I. And she recently became a galactic benefactor. Has yet to see her audition or her shout out. Unless, of course, she's been watching it after the fact. Alright, on to the environmental news now. Where do we start? Oh, let's start with this. You know, I can't remember if we watched part of this before or not. We very well may have. But it was such a good interview. I figured we'd watch it, regardless of my ability to remember whether or not we watched it together. This is climate scientist Genevieve Gunther on the Majority Report, discussing the language of climate denial.
We are back, and we are joined now by Dr. Genevieve Gunther, founding director of EndClimateScience.org, affiliate faculty at the Tishman Environment and Design Center at the New School, and author of The Language of Climate Politics, Fossil Fuel Propaganda, and How to Fight It. Thanks so much for coming on the show today.
Thanks so much for having me.
So, you know, we're all seeing what's happening in Houston, the increase in these horrific weather events that are just going to ramp up as climate change continues to make itself, the effects of it on the rest of the population. It'll just continue to increase. And I think a lot of us are feeling quite disempowered. Your book does give a roadmap, though, to feeling more empowered, which I really appreciated. But let's, I guess, start here. We can, I think, easily identify the most insane climate change denial, you know, Trump saying it's a Chinese hoax or whatever. But there are more quotidian, pernicious, subtle forms of denial that I hadn't really considered until I read your book. Let's start there. What are some of those forms that you...
Now, the thing that I'm working on in the behind the scenes right now is a all-electric boat that actually repels sharks. Okay? So that's going to be my contribution to society.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Identified.
Sure. Again, thanks for having me on. Let me just start by saying that, yes, the impacts of global heating are going to continue to get worse, but only until we stop using coal, oil, and gas and create an economy that just puts out net zero emissions. So we stop adding greenhouse gases to the atmosphere. Once we do that, global warming will halt, and essentially the climate will stabilize into a new normal, and we'll be able to adapt to the extreme weather we have then. The problem is that right now we are not we're not phasing out coal, oil, and gas. We're still developing them. American banks, American oil and gas companies, petrostates around the world are pouring money into new fossil fuel extraction, and this is going exactly in the opposite direction. So what my book does, it talks about this new climate denial, where everyone sort of acknowledges that climate change is real, aside from the really crazy MAGA people who are still calling it a hoax, even as like the very seat of the fossil fuel industry is underwater. Most people, even like the Saudis, for example, acknowledge that climate change is real and that we have to do something about it. But
yeah, and it's funny we talked about that because I think that, what was it, the COP 20 something was held, I think, in Saudi Arabia, right? And it's just funny to hear what used to be the largest producer of oil in the world be saying things even close to acknowledging climate change and the fact that we need to get off of oil. But it's true, and they've also sort of, to some degree, I believe, already hit their peak of oil production and have been, even with their most ardent efforts, not been able to keep up that same level of production as the what's it called, the Guar oil fields kind of start to dry up to some degree. I mean, not that they can't keep pulling on it, but there's a bunch of different sorts of things at play with all of this in terms of Saudi Arabia being okay with even talking about it, right? But yeah, we are in this particular stage where most people do accept it but don't agree on how to fix it, or whether or not we should fix it. That actually is my biggest concern, is people who are like, you know what, yeah, it's happening and fuck it, don't do anything about it, just keep drilling, just keep drilling. And then I think the thing that's like tied with that is people who are cheering for natural gas as our savior, our transition energy, when it is the opposite of that.
Advancing a new climate denial, which says we can keep using fossil fuels, coal, oil, and gas, and still halt global heating anyway. So this is the narrative. You may have heard it on the news media, from your friends and family, just sort of circulating around in public discourse. It goes something like this. So yes, climate change is real, but to say that it's a danger to our children, the people who are living in our homes already today, is just, quote, alarmist. And anyway, it'll, quote, cost too much to phase out coal, oil, and gas. So the best thing to do is just like rev up our economy and go for more economic, quote, growth, because wealthy people don't suffer the climate impacts as much as poor people do. And anyway, what we can do instead of phasing out fossil fuels is increase innovation and increase resilience. And anyway, we don't want to do anything in the United States because emissions are still rising in, quote, India and China.
People say innovation is the solution. Gets me very concerned. It sounds so tech bro-y. It's like, yeah. Or we could just do the things we already figured out that we should be doing. Okay, hold on. We can't watch this whole thing. Whoopsies, wrong screen to click. Hello to you, Teddy Cool. What's happening? I'm just trying to get us a little further in this interview. And my stream software decided to freeze. Okay. Oh, there we go. That's better. Where's this? I think right around here.
coal, oil, and gas is to us and our children, and how essentially evil these people are, because they're also not only not investing in clean energy, they're also pouring money into lobbying against any policy to be passed by a government that would in fact support clean energy or in any way threaten fossil fuels. So they are doing everything they can to try to block the phase out of coal, oil, and gas and block the creation of a net zero economy.
How does carbon capture play into this? That's another technology that these companies tout, but is also an effort for or a focus of their lobbying efforts, even though largely, from my understanding, it's complete BS.
That's 100% correct. That's chapter 5. So chapter 5 is on the term innovation, and in climate discourse, innovation is code for carbon capture and carbon dioxide removal. So carbon capture is a technology that supposedly can sort of capture or grab emissions at the source where they're created. So like you stick a machine on a smokestack, for example, and supposedly it can suck up the carbon that is released when you like burn coal or whatever, and then you can send it through.
So yeah, I mean, we've definitely talked about the fallacy of the carbon capture, the carbon credits that have gone along with this sort of technology discussion. Oh wait, I just clicked the wrong thing. Why did I just click that? Son of a... Sorry, chat. No, it's not over. Don't worry. Don't worry. Now, here we go. Show's not over. False alarm. What was I saying? But yeah, and the fact is carbon capture, I mean, it exists. It's a technology that exists, but it should not be a way for companies that are involved in incredibly deleterious sort of behavior as it relates to the environment to be able to buy their way out of culpability for doing so, or to be able to justify continuing the practices that are causing the problems that we talk about here relating to the environment. That should in no way be happening, and should only be sort of a last resort type of technology where we've already done everything we possibly can to cut carbon, and we're just running out of ideas at that point. You know, we've already done all of the sort of obvious things: your wind, your solar, your hydro, your nuclear, whatever else that's not coal, methane, or oil. And then you're like, what else can we do? Then we start talking about carbon capture. We're not even close. We're not even close there. I mean, so many countries are behind on their supposed plans and or goals, things that were set in previous things like the Paris Climate Accords. Let's just meet those before we talk about stupid things like carbon capture. All right, let's go to this current weather news. This is from Canada from a day ago here in British Columbia. Wildfire evacuation ordered in BC after lightning sparks fires.
An out-of-control wildfire continues to threaten a community in the BC interior where people on 76 properties were forced to flee. Sarah Galactic is in our Vancouver newsroom with more on this. So Sarah, what can you tell us?
Well, Andrew, I can tell you that last night was a particularly challenging one for wildfire fighters in the area of Spence's Bridge. In the last 24 hours, the Shetland Creek wildfire not only has grown, but it actually has merged with another wildfire, and it is now considered to be, or being called, a wildfire of note, because it is posing the greatest threat to properties and homes in the province. And to that, you mentioned that evacuation order. 76 properties in an area called Venables Valley have been ordered to evacuate. If you look on a map, you can see Spence's Bridge is just north of Lytton. It is south of Cache Creek. It is an area not unfamiliar with the dangers of wildfire. But resident Mark Greenberg, he was telling us he's from that area, and he was ordered to evacuate. They had that order coming to them as they were having a fire smart meeting in a community hall. They looked outside, and what he saw and described to us was a large flames coming over the mountain, and he was able to capture some video of what he told us he felt was Armageddon before safely evacuating around midnight last night. I want to play that for you and take a listen to what he says in that video.
I'm about 200-300 meters away, and I already feel the heat. There's no way, no survival in that path of destruction. And I don't know if you could see it, but there's a silver line right there. It's about, I don't know, 100 meters, 50 meters from the flames.
No, it's not Cali, actually. This is in BC. This is Western Canada, like northwestern Canada. I know it looks very similar. A lot of evergreen trees, a lot of fir trees, hills. It's a very similar geographical vibe, not gonna lie, especially on the interior. Okay, let's go on to this. This is also in Canada, but in Winnipeg, where a neighborhood is buzzing, literally, over an unusual gathering of bees.
A street in Sage Creek usually buzzing with activity, now silent after some new neighbors started causing a buzz of their own. Neighbors tell Global News the rabble of bees started gathering en masse on this lamppost on Pintail Point around 10 days ago.
I have never seen it, especially on a lamppost. That's very, very unusual. Seen them on trees or on trunk of trees, yeah, but never on a lamppost.
According to neighborhood residents, nobody in the area has been stung by this group of bees, but Bjorn Johnson says many parents are keeping their kids off the street as a precaution.
It's screeched the whole street activity to a halt. Usually you'd see tons of kids having fun out here right now, and it's put that on hold.
Michael Clark is a beekeeper.
It is a lot of
He
bees.
says this type of behavior is known as swarming.
If they've run out of room, then they need to find more room. And
An unusual gathering of bees sounds like an excellent YouTube handle. It actually does. So yeah, what most likely happened is that they were either forced out of their home for some reason, or potentially a colony collapse type of deal, and tried to set up in a lamppost. Do I think Letterhack watches his local news for the dad jokes? Good question. I don't know. I don't know. Although, there's definitely some good... local news is rife for comedy. Okay. Now, we're gonna go and talk quickly about the aftermath of Hurricane Beryl here. We're going to do it in kind of reverse order, if you will, to some degree. Start in Canada, then we'll get down to Texas. Just wanted to look, as it's pretty shocking, but Toronto in Ontario, Canada, was hit by the remnants of Hurricane Beryl.
Is there any way
to prevent the closure of the Science Center? Is there any way? They're saying that they can't take it on themselves, the City of Toronto. Is there anything that can be done to save the Science Center at its current location?
Well, the two engineering reports were very clear. The existing Science Center must close down and be commissioned by the fall. So that work is underway. Many will also bring new and expanded public spaces and parks, access to retail.
God damn. So yeah, they wound up canceling this press conference. This was the least serious of the videos, honestly. Let's just go straight to this one. This is from Global News as well, discussing the cleanup after the storm.
The Toronto Emergency Management has activated the emergency operation centers, and we will let folks know that if the road is flooded, it's not safe, don't go there. Here is some good news. The power being restored slowly. Earlier on was 167,000 customers that were out of power. Toronto Hydro is now 109,000. And unfortunately, large part of the city still have not have their power restored. The TDC, especially in the Union Station area, experience flooding. But most of the stations and the buses, all of that is operating. But do plan ahead and check tdc.ca. Union Station has a lot of flooding, so that the TDC subways are bypassing that station. In terms of
southbound lanes are closed between Bayview or Bloor and the Gardiner Expressway, and northbound lanes are closed from the Gardiner Expressway to Dundas Street. Important to note on the DVP, once the water does subside and leave the roadway, our crews will need to get out for what's estimated to be 3 to 4 hours to clean the debris and the dirt from the road. So even when the roads are no longer waterlogged or water covered, there'll still be some work from our crews, so patience will be the name of the game. Bayview Avenue is closed.
So yeah, they've got a lot of work to do in Toronto to clean up from and to recover from the storm. As you heard there earlier, 167,000 people without power, 109 without water. Not 109, 109,000. Sorry, I should be more specific. I made a huge tiny mistake. And yeah, we're talking about a place that is what? Oh, God, what's the distance? Is it like 1,000 miles away from Texas? It's far. Let's just write it down that it's far, and we'll get back to you on an exact distance perhaps some other time. But it's a long way. Now let's talk about Texas. People are still without power in Texas. I don't know exactly how many at this time. At one point, there was over 1 million people without power, thousands of businesses without power. We heard about a lawsuit which was filed by local businesses in Houston, alleging that the power company there is not living up to their end of the bargain, and did not do A, enough to prepare for the storm, and B, to restore power after the storm hit. As it has now been, I think, 2 full weeks since it made landfall in Texas, and they're still dealing with it. But let's look at this. This is from Vox. This is a video actually from 3 years ago, discussing a different power disaster in Texas, which they suggest is a warning sign for the rest of the United States.
In mid-February, cold Arctic air, usually contained up north in the Earth's jet stream, dipped down into the U.S. It's called a polar vortex, and it's pretty common. It's what brings the coldest air to the U.S. during the winter. What was unusual is for it to dip as far south as it did. In Texas, where February is typically fairly warm, temperatures dipped dangerously low. And it came with a storm. More than 4 million Texans lost power. Many wouldn't get it back for nearly 5 days. By then, pipes had frozen, people were melting snow for drinking water, and dozens had died from the cold in their cars and in their homes. And it was almost even worse. The state's entire electrical grid was within seconds and minutes of a failure that would have lasted months. But even though this storm hit this huge area, it was really just Texas that had major loss of power. There's a reason for that, and it should be a warning sign for the rest of the US. When you flip your lights on, you're getting your electricity from the power grid. And that grid is getting the electricity from a bunch of different energy systems, like nuclear power plants, or wind farms, or natural gas facilities. In the US, these places are generally run by private energy companies that work with your local power utility, which directs the electricity around the grid and into your home. That power utility is overseen by a government commission who sets things like prices and safety standards. And the grids most Americans are on aren't just big, they're huge. The entire East Coast, from Canada to Florida, is on one grid, and the entire West Coast is connected in another.
It's kind of a remarkable engineering feat. It's probably the biggest machine humans have ever built.
While most power tends to stay local, this grid allows electricity to flow over huge areas and between states. Like in New York City, power comes from energy plants in New York, but also from neighboring states and even Canada. This huge grid also means in emergencies, power can be directed where it's needed. Like in Oklahoma, which was also hit bad during the February winter storm. They needed more power, and instead of completely losing it, they were able to get electricity from neighboring states through the grid. But it's not so seamless to send it to Texas. Texas opted out of the big grids, back when they were being built nearly 100 years ago. Since they covered several states, it meant the federal government could regulate them.
Oh no, my freedom.
Texas was not into that.
Texas decided to kind of go it alone. It's a very uniquely Texas type thing to do, right?
So most of Texas is on its own grid. It means they don't have to follow the same regulations as the rest of the country, like reliability and cost standards. But it also means when it lost power in the storm, it couldn't easily get electricity from other states. Its independence kept it in the dark. But it wasn't.
We see how this in particular has been playing out in Texas recently with all of the storms that have been hitting. They're not just Beryl. This is like the storm that hit there over a month ago now. Also just absolutely decimated power lines in the area, causing blackouts once again. And there were some accusations about how long it was taking them to get everything taken care of then, but they did get things back on. And then this happens just weeks later, really. Grand scheme of things. Not a lot of time. But yeah, and I think that's how they actually close this video up, is by suggesting, rightly so, that these things are going to keep happening more and more, and it's going to cause more and more problems because of the cost of fixing things, and that these private power companies are, while they are connected to a grid run by the federal government to some degree, don't have to keep making power if it's not feasible for them economically or whatever else. Also, we've seen what's happened with companies like what is it, PG&E? Is that the right one? Whatever the one is that was in California and the one that was in Colorado as well. both had instances of power lines causing massive, devastating wildfires in the respective areas in which they serve. These are just a couple of these sort of instances where we see these things happen. Alright, let's go on to this non-depressing story. It's from King 5 Seattle from 2 days ago, where Seattle Aquarium is set to open in August.
Major makeover of the Seattle Aquarium is almost complete. The new Ocean Pavilion is set to open on August 29th. Visitors will find a coral reef ecosystem, and for the first time, guests will come face to face with sharks. The aquarium's Ocean Pavilion is the first project to be completed as part of the Seattle waterfront renovation. The rooftop of the building will connect to the city's Overlook Walk, scheduled to open later on this fall. And when completed, it will help connect Pike Place Market.
Now, I don't know a whole lot about what this aquarium will have in it. Oh, wait. Hold on. And I'm not a fan of having large marine species in tanks. I think we've seen too many bad things happen with that. But if we're talking about, like, you know, corals and other things like that, I think that's really good, especially for people to have that sort of up close vision of these sorts of things, especially the kids, to learn about this young, because people have to, I think, to some degree, in order to appreciate nature, to appreciate the earth and the environment that we currently get to enjoy, I feel like you have to have some kind of connection to it. And here's another connection with that, a very close connection, if you will, where a goat decided to dance on top of a Subaru. I feel like there's a commercial in this somewhere. I just don't know where. I think you just got a little editing, and you can just get this. Yeah, I think you just edited this right. And you got yourself a Subaru commercial, probably. Just throwing that out there. Alright, just figured we'd get a couple of low stakes environmental stories while we're going through all this, just because of how kind of dark and frustrating all of this can be. Speaking of dark and frustrating, let's go on to this one. CNBC News. As usual, only paying attention to the things that affect the richest people in society. Although this one actually affects everybody in this, technically. But yeah, let's go to this one, where they ask the question, which U.S. cities are sinking? And how much is it going to cost to stop it? Alright, CNBC, you tell us. How's that sound? Let's try that for a second.
The land below many major U.S. cities is sinking. Regions of the Atlantic coast could be sinking by up to 5 millimeters annually. This phenomenon, known as land subsidence, where land is sinking, impacts the oil-rich Gulf Coast, the agricultural hub of California, and many other places across the U.S. Coastal counties.
Now, remember, what they're talking about right now is subsidence only. They're not talking about sea level rise. They're not talking about erosion, which are also two huge factors involved, especially when you're talking about things literally sinking into the ground.
$10 trillion in goods and services, employ 54.6 million people, and pay $4 trillion in wages. So about 2.8% of the U.S. GDP is at risk.
Whether it's the oil industry down south or all of our ports, which facilitate so.
When somebody says GDP goes down, I actually get like a warm feeling in my heart.
business and commerce in this region, we have to consider that this is something that's happening in conjunction with other threats.
Combine that with sea level rise and the fact that almost 40% of the
I don't know if you all saw this image. I'm actually not. This might be. This kind of looks like it's a rendering. I think this is supposed to be Brazil.
With other threats.
Combine that with sea level rise and the fact that almost 40% of the population resides in coastal counties, the U.S. has an expensive and dangerous problem.
From perspective of a person standing on the land, it does not matter. Land goes down or sea level goes up. And in many places, land subsidence rate is orders of magnitude faster than sea level rise.
The value of the average Californian home experiencing land subsidence has decreased by 6%.
Oh, that's right, Brazil. Bob, I think that you started watching the stream after we were talking about what happened in Brazil. Did you miss that? Did you not see what happened in Rio do Sul? You should look up Rio do Sul and flood. Because, wow, the images from that are disturbing.
The good news is, unlike many climate hazards, this one we can do something about right now.
It's not cheap and it's not easy, but we have tools in our toolbox that can implement that and see the results in a short period of time. I'm talking about months to years.
Which U.S. cities are sinking the fastest? And what does that mean for the residents and the national economy?
And the economy. Important question, though. Yeah.
A majority of the U.S. cities are affected by certain level of land subsidence. However, some of them experience some of the fastest rates that you can imagine. For example, Port Arthur and New Orleans and Biloxi along the Gulf Coast of the United States experience rate as fast as 1 centimeter per year, which is considered to be extremely fast for a city. And along the east coast of the United States, we have Chesapeake Bay, Hampton Road area, but also Charleston. They experience some of the fastest rates. And on the west coast of the United States, some of the cities in California, such as Foster City, experience some of the fastest rate of land subsidence.
This can...
Yeah. So this, like I said before, this is all from the land just sinking, not from erosion, not from sea level rise, which come into play after the fact. This is from just natural occurrence, also from humans building on top of this land, which causes other problems, if you can imagine. I'm sure you can. 1 centimeter of environmental cancel culture per year. Yeah, nearly. Okay. Let's move on. Watching CNBC is just frustrating. It's a very dumb channel. But it is an important thing to think about, and a lot of the coastal cities have this problem to one degree or another. Let's go to this. We've been talking about the heat wave, which has been hitting Europe, much of Eastern Europe recently. Now, wildfires have been breaking out. Let's go to Albania first here. It's from 2 days ago, where they are tackling wildfires spreading in the north of the country.
It's wildfire season in Albania, with flames engulfing the Gjokastra district in the country's south. Emergency services are on high alert, and the country has asked for European support. For the past 2 years, Albania has been receiving help from other countries as part of the EU Civil Protection Mechanism.
Jemi në kontakt me
in support of our forces, there have been 2 firefighting planes
mekanizmit
provided
Europian të Solidaritetit, përmes të cilit duam
through which we aim to continue the fight
luftën edhe
from
nga
the
ajri.
air.
A state supreme audit found that Albania's fire engines are old and badly maintained. The Defense Ministry is in possession of 4 helicopters to use in emergencies, but only one of them is active, according to the report, with other...
Yeah, that's not great. That's not great. Especially considering what people are inevitably facing here in the future. Having a underfunded firefighting force is it's not good pretty much for all countries. You just looked up the Brazil floods? Oh god. Yeah. Those are bad. And you know what I need to do? I need to create more clips of just these things. I am determined to do it. I'm gonna do it. Start this weekend. We've been so bad at that. We need to be better. If only there were just more hours in the day, that would fix it. I'm pretty sure. Alright. Now we're gonna go not far at all to Siberia, where there are massive wildfires burning currently.
Russia's state forest agency said it was fighting 222 separate wildfires across 20 regions as an unusually hot summer fuels the blazes. Though wildfire is a natural part of the Arctic tundra and Russia's boreal forest ecosystems, climate change is altering the frequency and scale of Arctic boreal wildfires in recent years.
All of these fires have been occurring where we can see that there's drier soil moisture anomalies than average, and there's warmer surface air temperatures in those regions than average.
Mark Parrington is a senior scientist with the European Union's Copernicus Atmospheric Monitoring Service in Bonn, Germany.
We've seen over several years, we've been putting together in the European State of Climate maps that compare the soil moisture anomalies for the summer with the observed fire locations. And in each of those reports, it shows that most of the fires are occurring where there's drier surface conditions and warmer temperatures.
The areas where the fires are burning are sparsely populated, but the impacts can still strike people living far away, as the fires are driving increased smoke and carbon emissions.
The impacts of those fires do not stay necessarily in those regions. We're seeing in eastern Russia since the beginning of July up to now, a smoke plume that's persisted, that's stretching from northeast China all the way up to the Arctic Ocean. And so,
Wow, that's a long way. It's disturbing. From China to the Arctic. We're lucky to have infrastructure. That's very true. Infrastructure that Trump wants to stop funding. Also true. Okay, let's look at this. Sorry, we've been talking about a bunch of stuff happening in this region with relation to heat. Here is, let's go to Serbia, also in the region, where a lake in the area has dried up. This is from Al Jazeera from a day ago.
What used to be a lake in northern Serbia, now barely a pond.
Just a puddle.
Cracked mud and fast-drying reed beds mark where a popular nature reserve once was.
Only water can sustain life. A little bit of food helps, but I'm changing my shirts non-stop, as if someone poured water on me. I don't know what to say. It is scary how hot it is, really scary.
The Balkans and much of Central, Eastern and Southern Europe are in the midst of...
That is so depressing. Seeing, hold on. Seeing this person sitting by not a lake here, pretending that the lake is there. That's so depressing. So yeah, literal lakes drying up in the Balkans. Yesterday, or not yesterday because I didn't stream yesterday, but Wednesday we looked at, I think, a story where there's a heat wave in Siberia. I mean, we just got done talking about wildfires in Siberia. So I guess a heat wave is certainly not out of the question. Now you can own an ear pillow actually worn by our favorite president for just $59.95. Well, that's a deal. That's a deal. It's only $60. I've considered merch, and I just feel like it just adds to the unnecessary consumerism. Which is why I've decidedly not done anything like that. Even though there's been suggestions, different things. I think it was a Gary t-shirt suggestion at one point. Oh, yeah, let's look at this. Let's go south from Russia to China.
China? I have to have my China.
Where the Three Gorges Dam area was hit by massive landslides and flooding. The Chinese had to release water for the first time in, I think, 20 years, which hits a number of villages and towns around this area. Some of this footage is just nuts. Can't watch this whole thing, though. It's like 16 minutes long.
On the morning of July 17th, at 8:33 a.m., a large landslide occurred in Yichang City, Hubei Province, near the Three Gorges Reservoir area. The landslide happened on a mountainside next to the Yangtze River, causing part of the mountain to collapse along a winding road. The scene was shocking. According to reports, no one was living in the landslide area, and there were no vehicles on the village road at the time.
God.
4 people working in the fields were able to evacuate safely, so there were no casualties. The landslide, which was a new occurrence, destroyed the village road and a citrus orchard. The landslide area is now stable. Locals believe that the landslide was caused by the rising water levels in the Three Gorges Reservoir and continuous rainfall, which increased the water content in the slopes and softened the soil. Since the construction of the Three Gorges Dam, landslides and other geological disasters have frequently occurred in a 600-kilometer-long reservoir area. Experts explain that the water level in the Three Gorges Reservoir fluctuates between 145 and 175 meters, creating a 30-meter fluctuation zone along the shore. The constant cycle of submersion and exposure has caused rock fissures and severe weathering, leading to frequent landslides and collapses.
Yeah. That shit is fucked up. Don't worry, we're not going to watch that whole thing. But it goes on and on. It's actually pretty disturbing. But we cannot just stare into the abyss, sad. Just, without any temperament, because we've got other things to talk about. Even though that shit is just fucking insane. This is actually a positive thing. Something that I had never heard about. Some sort of a technological advancement, if you will. It's from 2 days ago. DW News. Turning vapor into drinking water.
Evening falls at the edge of the Sahara. Wind drives wispy clouds. and then a small miracle occurs. Clouds release water without any rain. Peter Trautwein invented these cloud catchers.
I've done so many projects in my life and had so much luck in my life. I thought to myself, with my knowledge, what can I give back?
How did I find this story? Initially, I wanted to try a special beer on Gran Canaria. It's brewed with water from cloud catchers.
It's made from water droplets that have traveled almost halfway around the world.
That's where I first heard about Peter Trautwein. Now, after 4 years away, he's back here, at the edge of the Sahara, to see whether his nets have delivered on his promise to supply 16 villages with drinking water.
16 villages with water. Insane.
I'm Sebastian Kisters. I report for Germany's public broadcaster ARD from Northwest Africa and Spain. This year's drought was extreme. It's the first time I've reported on people fighting over water, and on cities like Barcelona that simply wouldn't make it without desalination plants. I reported on how prices skyrocket when the harvest fails, and I reported on beer made from cloud water. That was the starting point for this story, a journey that takes me first to Morocco, to the edge of the Sahara.
Oh yeah, DW gives off Discovery Channel vibes all the time, especially with these documentaries that they do. Like, you assume that they've got, you know, big budgets and production teams. They're honestly usually pretty good. Although some of them tend to sort of follow the old, what do you call it? Like the government line. Like, I do notice sometimes they get involved, or not involved necessarily, but like repeat Germany's specific government talking points and stuff, which isn't shocking. I mean, DW is a German broadcasting company.
Water captured from clouds. Could this be a viable solution in times of climate change? Good news amidst all the bad? We stop in a village in the south of Morocco. Peter Trautwein brought cloud catchers here several years ago. Now he wants to see what they've changed.
I love how he didn't even let go of this guy's hand to wave at the people, and he just kept shaking his hand like, thank you. Like, for fuck's sake, dude. I think he gets it.
So nice to meet you. Hey.
Locals tell us that some years it only really rains here once or twice, the whole year. But now, Peter's nets are on the top of the mountain and down below this cistern.
Here, the cloud water is collected.
Just a little.
Yes, the water's already run down to the villages. 200 cubic meters of water can be held here. The cistern is divided into two parts. At the front, there's space for sediment, so there's a kind of natural filter. Then it goes into the second cistern, and it runs down to the villages.
All right. We're not going to watch all 45 minutes of this documentary, but I figured we'd watch the first 4. I just thought this technology is amazing, and there's plenty of situations where this is just a great idea for different regions. Now, it does have to be high elevation. I feel like that's implied, but I'm just going to make that clear. That's the way that this is working. But it's so cool. It's just, you know, I just figured we would talk about this while we're talking about all the other things we do here in relation to the environment and all the problems that we are constantly looking at. And drought happens to be one of those problems that we look at a lot, and this could at least solve it in some places. Unfortunately, I don't think Gaza is high enough elevation for this to be a solution. So the first place that I think of next is Sudan. Next, let's talk about how the Anunnaki are taking over the world in 2012. Wait, nope, just kidding. Not gonna do an Ancient Aliens piece. Somebody made, who was it? Bob Carmody made a joke about Ancient Aliens. No, we're not gonna do that. Very silly if you believe that that's where I was going. Alright, let's go to this to finish up our discussion of the environment. This is from the United Nations, where I guess somebody really, what's the word? We got that budget going here, the CGI budget going. They made this.
You okay? You need a minute? Cool. Okay. Listen up, people. I know a thing or two about extinction. And let me tell you, and you'd kind of think this would be obvious, going extinct is a bad thing. And driving yourselves extinct? In 70 million years, that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. At least we had an asteroid. What's your excuse?
I don't want reality.
You're headed for a climate disaster, and yet every year governments spend hundreds of billions of public funds on fossil fuel subsidies.
Climate and everything.
Imagine if we had spent hundreds of billions per year subsidizing giant meteors. That's what you're doing right now.
That's very silly.
Think of all the other things you could do with that money. Around the world, people are living in poverty. Don't you think helping them would make more sense than, I don't know, paying for the demise of your entire species? Let me be real for a second. You've got a huge opportunity right now. As you rebuild your economies and bounce back from this pandemic, this is humanity's big chance. So here's my wild idea. Don't choose extinction. Save your species before it's too late. It's time for you humans to stop making excuses and start making changes. Thank you.
That dinosaur is right. Don't choose extinction. Choose life. I can't say it. Choose life was too much. But it is now or never. It is now or never. That I think was it about Velociraptor? I think the Velociraptor is right. David Icke is hiding under his bed right now. We mentioned the Anunnaki, and there was a dinosaur in the UN. Oh my god, he is probably losing his shit right now, if you were in fact watching this show, which he's almost definitely not. Okay. Oh. Wow, we're 3 hours in. So this is, I guess, what we do. I do this right here. Don't do that. There we go. Alright. Last of the Galactic intermissions. So, if you haven't already liked and subscribed, got one suggestion for you. Complete the Galactic experience by becoming a patron. That's right. If you go to Patreon and donate just a few US dollars a month, get all sorts of sweet, sweet galactic benefits, unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. That's right. You see all these sweet pics and gifts behind me? Most of them were supplied by our patrons. You also get shoutouts, secret Discord channel, and much, much more. The voiceover was Jack Black? Okay. By the way, if you're not in the Discord, check that out too during the break. Alright. What is it? Oh yeah. Galactic intermission incoming. So grab yourselves a drink, grab a snack, and I'll be right back. By the way, I am back. I've got a question. Can anybody tell me, is anything different? Last stream, this is a very, what do you call it? Sort of a nitpicky question, almost. just wonder if anybody picks up on it. Daria's friend Jane. Yes, Jane. But Jane was here last stream. So it's not actually, although you picked up on technically one of the thing. Oh shit, whoops. It's okay if you don't notice. It's totally fine. Not a big deal. But how about now? Notice anything different now? Look again. Well, not quite yet. Well, if you're on Twitch, you notice it already. Perhaps. Maybe hard to see, but I'll give it away since nobody's guessed it yet. Jane's drink just changed color right in front of your eyes. That's right, I've decided if you're at the bar and you have a drink, Cisco's gonna be making up different colored cocktails. Perhaps once a day, perhaps once a week, who knows, it's all up to Cisco, but I told him make us some sweet different colored cocktails, and so I can do it straight from my stream software, which I thought was a fun little just a fun little thing to do, because why not? What was I doing? Ah yes, moving us along. Done with the break. You thought the question was, did I say anything different last stream? Oh, well then that's my fault. I'm sorry. Be easy on the liquor, Cisco. That's a hangover waiting to happen. Space drinks don't give hangovers. That's a fact.
It's science.
Space drinks only give you all the fun effects and none of the downsides. Unlike Earth drinks. Alright, I think that's gonna be it for our intermission. Calling all space fans. The intermission is coming to a close. Global news incoming in 3, 2. But first, I figure we should look at some space news. This is from 2 days ago, coming out of NBC New York. Meteor passed over New York City. Here's some footage of that.
If you felt a shaking or heard a loud boom this afternoon, you were not alone. People across 6 states reported feeling the impacts of what NASA now describes as a meteor. And tonight, News 4's Chucky Beckford explains how close that fireball came to Midtown Manhattan.
The sky over New York City already attracts plenty of attention. But today,
I don't know if we really had to ever think about that in the New York area.
People were looking up at more than the skyscrapers.
You have to have one bright enough, and it has to be right over New York to get all that attention.
Scientist Bill Cook, who leads NASA's Meteoroid Environments Office, is talking about a fireball, one bright enough to be seen in daylight.
Daytime fireballs are fairly rare, and New Yorkers got to see one this morning.
And boy, did they get an eyeful.
I got up. I'm looking like this way for about 3 seconds. It was
like almost horizontal.
Judah Bergman's Lakewood, New Jersey office surveillance video shows him getting out of his chair and rushing to the window.
It just caught my eye. I saw a fireball just streaming through the sky. I couldn't believe it.
He turned to the place where many of us go for.
Actually, this is the one with the footage, I think. There we go. This is the one. Sorry, this is CBS with the footage.
A sight to behold Tuesday above New York City if you were lucky.
Barely see
Several
it.
people said they saw a meteor streak across the sky in New York City.
Sadly, it was not
along
the giant
with a loud
meteor of
boom
death.
and shaking
No.
buildings. According to
not.
NASA,
I
initial
don't know if that
reports
makes me
suggest
sad.
the daylight fireball
think the
passed over
opposite.
the Statue of Liberty before
I'm
moving
glad it
west
was
into
not
New
that.
Jersey at
I would say I'm not ready
38,000
for
miles
that.
an hour. However, NASA
with the
officials
space
do
station.
say this trajectory is very crude and uncertain, adding that the estimations are based on a few eyewitness accounts and there's no camera or satellite data currently available to refine the solution.
Okay, there we go. The space news. Oh, wait, one more. We looked at this recently, but this is a video going even further in depth into this discovery. Let's go to this from Global News. Could the newly discovered moon cave become an astronaut base camp? Let's find out.
No cave.
A long time ago, in a galaxy far,
That was
far
the
away,
perfect
a
reference.
cave in space was dangerous. Scientists now
That was the
say
perfect
one
reference.
could be a promising site for a lunar base.
So we speculated for a long time, but now having this, what seems to be a good confirmation of it, you sort of do start to look at the moon a little bit differently.
A renewed space race is underway, with countries looking to return to the moon to mine the rare elements scientists believe are there. The cave, in what's called the Sea of Tranquility, which is actually a plain, could help. It's about 100 meters wide and looks to be about 100 meters deep. There's a conduit underneath it, and astronauts could live there, sheltered from the radiation and meteorites and harsh extremes on the surface.
Now, are we sure that there isn't a giant space worm in this cave? That's my first question that comes to mind, especially with the footage from that documentary leading into this, where they were escaping said space worm. Just concerns, just concern. Is he reporting from the moon? You would assume that he is, yes, on the moon, reporting directly from the moon. But this is very interesting. It's a very interesting development for sure.
It's one small step for man.
It's only about 400 kilometers from where Neil Armstrong took our species' first steps on the moon, and it could help launch us further.
Spies.
The Artemis program, which includes Canada, aims to return to the lunar surface by the end of the decade, and then to the red planet, where scientists have spotted around 1,000 caves.
Mars does not have a magnetic.
Cool. Space caves. The spies. Okay. Moon bear pig. Oh no. Moon bear pig. I don't even have a solution for man bear pig, let alone moon bear pig. That is... Whew. I'm just gonna have to pretend that doesn't exist. Hopefully you're just making this up. Good God. That's in my neighborhood. Just gonna point that out. The moon, that is. Alright. What's gonna start it off for global news? Yeah, okay. Yeah, let's start in the UK. The Labour Party is setting out its plan for national renewal. And by the Labour Party, I mean the King. At least in this video.
The Labour Party has set out its plans for national renewal at the state opening of Parliament in the UK. In a speech delivered by King Charles III, Newly installed Prime Minister Keir Starmer vowed his government will ease the cost of living crisis and bring change to Britain at modest cost to taxpayers.
My government will govern in service to the country. My government's legislative programme will be mission-led and based upon the principles of security, fairness and opportunity for all. Stability will be the cornerstone of my...
It's so weird to hear a guy dressed like like some sort of literal king from olden times talking about equality, but okay.
Government's economic policy, and every decision will be consistent with its fiscal rules.
The King's speech included 40 bills, ranging from house building to nationalising Britain's railways and decarbonising the nation's power supply.
Okay. So yeah, Labour Party did set out their plans in Parliament after finally doing all the necessary things to get the new government going after the elections. And then thankfully we had King Charles to come out and tell us what they're gonna do, because that's what we need in society. His hat is prettier than yours. See, that's not fair. That's inequality right there. Perpetuated
Help! I'm being repressed!
by a capitalist system. Okay. Let's go on to this. How did violent disorder start in Leeds? Let's find out. Channel 4 seems to have the answer 8 hours ago. Let's go.
Last night in Leeds, the anger was visceral.
Dang.
Before long, there were thousands out on the streets. Most just watching. Some throwing whatever they could find. Outnumbered, the police left. We were told today to try and calm the situation. It would be several hours.
How'd you become king then? Strange women handing out swords is not the basis for a system of government.
Before they returned. I can hear a helicopter up above. That might, I guess, be a police helicopter, but actually down here, I haven't seen a single police officer, a single police car, apart from the one that was tipped over. And just there, that burning wreckage, not so long ago, that was a bus. Why did all this happen? What led to so much anger last night and still today among the Roma community in this part of Leeds? The catalyst, it seems, was a visit by social workers to a family in the area. A video of what happened next has been posted online. West Yorkshire Police say their officers helped move the social workers and children to a place of safety after the social workers were met with
that kid
hostility.
Doesn't seem to want to leave.
You know what I think about your government, about your social worker now? That's rude. Shame. Shame. I'm sorry what happened.
So yeah, after that happened, people got kind of upset and took it out on these sort of perceived governmental representatives, such as police cars and things. I honestly don't know a whole lot, and honestly, Channel 4 doesn't really describe it very well from here on out. They just kind of... like, there's like 7 minutes of nothing. Not a lot of explanation beyond that. There's supposedly something related to wellness, and that's really all I know. The Lady of the Lake, her arms outstretched, brought forth Excalibur. How did we get here? Oh, yes. I remember now. Alright, let's go here. Electing the new French National Assembly president. Why is it important? And what is at stake? Euronews seems to have answers for us. Let's see what they've got regarding this French election, which we have been talking so much about.
Since no progress has been made in finding a name for France's future prime minister, the left-wing coalition, the NFP, New Popular Front, that won the most seats in France's legislative election, has now focused all of its energies in finding a common candidate for the presidency of the French National Assembly this Wednesday evening. And this left-wing alliance, composed of the hard left party, the France Unbowed, Socialists, the Greens, and the Communist Party, have come together and finally picked a name, and that's the name of André Chassaigne. He is the leader of the Communist Party in the National Assembly, to represent them in Thursday's vote. And this vote is going to be quite a high-stakes one that really will
Here we are, people. I told you that we would try to keep you apprised of these things, and you just heard it there. André Chassaigne, leader of the Communist Party, has been chosen as the representative for the New Popular Front. Could have serious implications for the future of France. Now, I don't believe that makes it, I think there's like one other sort of, what do you call it? Like, administrative thing that needs to happen for it to be finalized, but yep. That is the direction of things here. While we were in France, I figured we would look at the new Paris 2024 Olympic Village.
A little bit busy.
Allowing this, we can sign up. Okay, you want this? Take one of these. Yeah. Most of them have actually ordered them.
So that's really much one of our challenge, is to manage the flows in the village. We have 14,250 people that will stay in the village, and will have the same habits during the day. So after they take their breakfast, they will go either to the training site that we do have inside the village, and it's one of the first time that we actually have some training site on the village. Actually, the village is also some kind of an innovation place, and so you will see electric cars mostly. You will see also some anti-pollution infrastructure, and you will see that everything has been thought here to have the city.
It was infrastructure. That was the word he was trying to say. Infrastructure. No. But I'm just going to remind you, while we're looking at this here, that this particular iteration of the Olympic Games cost France nearly $10 billion. And in preparation for the Olympics, after having spent all this money, they ousted all of the unhoused people without providing them adequate alternatives leading up to the Olympics. And like the 2 weeks leading up to the Olympics, we watched at least 2 stories regarding that. Like, actually, what am I talking about? The 2 weeks leading up to the, what was it? Like the unveiling of the what do you call it? The venue. So yeah. Just figured this was a good jumping off point to remind people of that while we take in the digs there. And while we're doing this, I figured we'd just rewatch this video of the Mayor of Paris swimming in the Seine River to show just how clean it is to everybody. By the way, I just want to remind you, while you're watching this, it's supposed to be, the Seine River is supposed to be used for at least, I think, 2 different events. The triathlon and I think some sort of diving event, perhaps? I can't remember the second one. But a few weeks ago, we watched a video about how there have been high levels of both E. coli and, what's it called? Alibacter? That second one might be wrong. Don't quote me on that.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
But yeah, this is poop water, is what this is. Ugh. The water is very pleasant. It doesn't taste of mud or poop at all. It's quite clear despite everything, even with the bad weather we've been having. It's fresh, but not cold. Very pleasant. It really was. Just magnificent. We didn't want to go out anymore.
Yeah, today it's a very important milestone because it's the confirmation that we are ready for the games. It's a great symbol the day before the...
It's just the confirmation is just the mayor swimming in it. You know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of when Barack Obama... I mean, it's a completely different situation. But the first thing that comes to mind is Barack Obama drinking that glass of water outside of Flint and saying that everything was fine. It's got the same vibe, sure, it's different. It affects different people in very different ways, but it really does give me that sort of, everything's fine here and everybody just forget about the bad stuff. Okay. Let's go on to this, where, according to the Associated Press here from a day ago, Ursula von der Leyen has been re-elected as the president of the European Commission.
Here is the result of the vote. Members voting 707. Majority of component members 360. Votes in favour 401. Votes against 284. I continue. Votes against 284, abstentions 15, 7 void. According to these results, the candidate for President of the European Commission proposed by the European Council is therefore elected by the European Parliament. I would like to congratulate Ursula von der Leyen on her re-election, and I wish her the very best for the exercise of her mandate.
So yep, there's Ursula von der Leyen being re-elected as president of the European Commission. Now, she has some definite sort of problems that come along with her, at least in my personal assessment of her. I think she's what you would call very much like, especially as it relates to European politics, very much like a neoliberal with, especially if like if you look at like a social policy, she is incredibly hawkish when it comes to the sort of like military question. If you ask her any questions about military funding or things that Europe should be doing militarily, that's when she really goes far to the right, I would say. You know, she's, like I said, she's got some some issues. But she's better than some of the options, technically. For sure. She used to be some kind of minister for Germany. I think maybe finance minister during, I want to say Angela Merkel's presidency in Germany. Which I guess would have been what? Oh god, my brain's breaking now. Oh, I should really just have pages open to quote from directly, and I try and go from memory, and that doesn't always go well. Point is, she's definitely pretty war hawkish, at least if you ask me. That's my assessment of much of her policy as it relates to that. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Cough, cough, gotcha, cough, cough. Yeah. Well, she's been very vocal on that. I mean, I think within a week after October 7th, she was like in Israel, pledging her support to the administration there, Benjamin Netanyahu, if my memory serves me. Did we look at this already? I felt like we looked at this. Am I losing my mind? I could have sworn we looked at this one day. Whatever, it's 1 minute long. This is from 2 days ago. Euronews. Former Kosovo Liberation Army member found guilty of war crimes.
Illegal.
The Kosovo specialist.
Judges of a European Union-backed court convicted the former Kosovo Liberation Army member Peter Shala guilty of murder, torture and arbitrary detention.
The panel finds beyond reasonable doubt that Mr. Shala is guilty.
Nicknamed Wolf, Shala is sentenced for being involved in the murder of one person and illegal detention and torture of nearly 20 individuals during his country's war for independence from Serbia in 1999.
Right. Okay. So the events for which this man is being tried and has now been convicted of were during the Kosovo War. And during that time, absolutely, war crimes were committed. Horrific ones. And if you are, for whatever reason, feeling like you haven't seen enough of that recently, do look that up at some point. But I think I was right. We did look at this, but I think it was worth looking at it again because it happened 25 years ago. I think that should bring some kind of context, as also perhaps for some who are perhaps overly pessimistic about what will happen around all this, that even though it may take some time, we will hopefully see the same in Israel. This may be overtly optimistic. I don't blame anybody for thinking that, especially with what we're faced with on a daily basis with regards to Gaza. But I think it's an important thing to remember that, you know, sometimes it takes decades to finish with getting justice in these sorts of things, especially as it relates to international things. But it's a tiny, perhaps, dot of hope for justice in the future. All right. Let's look at this. Another war crime.
Illegal.
Where, we're going to look at this from Associated Press from 4 hours ago. The aftermath of a Russian bombing on what appears to be civilians in Ukraine. At least 3 dead, according to the AP here from 4 hours ago. Yeah, that appears to be an apartment building. Justice moves slowly. It certainly can sometimes, and it doesn't, especially when things of this sort of grievous nature never feels fast enough. But I just felt like, even though the surrounding circumstances with that are depressing, the actual result of that is perhaps somewhat, well, inspirational might not be the right word to use here. I can't think of a synonym right now. I need a goddamn thesaurus. Okay. Let's quickly go to Africa here, as protests in Kenya are still encouraging. Thank you. That is actually the word I was looking for. Kenya, yes. Protests are still going on there. They've now been going on for, I think, at least 2+ weeks. People have died. At least 6 people have died, at least from my understanding, although there may be more. Especially if you were to include the bodies which were found in the garbage dump last week. I think it would bring it up to 10. But so far, and I wouldn't necessarily take the word of the Kenyan police on this one. The Kenyan police believe it's not them. So, whatever that means. We don't accept police investigating themselves in America. Why should we do it in Kenya? Okay, let's go. Let's go to this, where people are still calling for President Ruto to step down.
At least one person was killed Tuesday in renewed anti-government protests in Kenya as police clashed with demonstrators. In the capital, Nairobi, police fired tear gas at protesters who threw rocks and burned tires. Nationwide protests that broke out a month ago against proposed tax hikes have continued, even after President William Ruto withdrew the legislation and fired almost all of his cabinet. Activists say they want Ruto to resign, as well as systemic changes to clean up corruption and poor governance. At least 50 people have been killed in the protests so far.
This is the 4th week protesting on the streets. We're still protesting because Ruto could have easily dissolved this from the first week. He would have signed off his people from the first week. He would have stepped down from the first week. But he's waited this long. All these people have died, all this life loss, and still...
Oh my god, I love that guy. I love that guy. This guy just sits down in the street with the machete and says, "Come at me, bro."
But he's waited this long. All these people have died, all this life loss, and still he cannot see the bigger impact he's creating on the country.
Jesus Christ. Those are just real guns. I don't think that those are, what do you call them? Non-lethals. Just appear to be guns, although they didn't appear to be necessarily aiming directly at the protesters. I think they were trying to scare them off to some degree, but still. Using live rounds in that moment, just what the fuck? Cosmic justice. We do have the Galactic UN, which I don't even know if Rude Janet knows about. As you, I don't think I remember seeing it in our streams during the time where we were having the Galactic Emotional Support Character vote in the UN. But I have been considering some other things to bring to the Senate, the UN, if you will. You've never seen? Alright, since some people haven't seen it, before we go to this next one, we'll go to the UN. Here it is. The Galactic UN in all of its glory. order in the court. We also have a zoomed in version here so you can see the screen better. It's for serious business. Alright, back to the global news, staying in Africa. Let's look at a piece of this BBC News report from a couple of days ago, where I was shocked to see them covering this at all. But here we are. It's the war in Sudan. According to them, it's left at least 10 million people displaced. And that number is correct, if not a lowball.
Hello, I'm Lucy Hockings. Welcome to BBC News Now. We're going to start in Sudan with the devastating civil war that is fueling the world's worst humanitarian crisis. Let me show you some figures. More than 10 million people, that is 20% of the population, have been driven from their homes. Millions are at risk of dying from famine. The UN continues to plead for more support, calling it the world's largest hunger crisis. In recent days, the Sudanese army has ruled out any negotiated settlement, while its enemy, the paramilitary RSF group, has continued to make gains. Since the war broke out, almost all aid agencies have left Sudan because of the risk to staff. But now one of the world's best-known emergency medical groups, Doctors Without Borders, or MSF, is urging them to return. Yeah. And I'm pleased to say that one of the key people making this call is MSF's international president, Dr. Christos Christou, and he joins me now from Port Sudan. Very good to have you with us. I just shared with our viewers some pretty horrible statistics about what is happening in Sudan. You'll know there is...
The fact is that at least 20 million people are right now facing starvation in Sudan. So yeah, it's a fucking crisis. Oh god, I hate to do this while we're talking about it, but 3 minutes ago, Megastar asked me to hydrate and I didn't hydrate. So I'm obligated to do so. Alright. Just figured we would continue to remind people about what's happening in Sudan and the civilian crisis that is ensued along with all of it, since most of the media seems to forget about it most days. God, how much time do we have right now? We've been going 3 hours. I guess we can go as long, but okay. Let's talk about this story. I didn't even know where to put it. I thought about putting it in environmental stories, honestly, because it's very much related to what's been happening with our environment. But I just decided to put it here. So we're going to go to Asia and talk about, well, actually not Asia. Let's go to the Arctic as it relates to both Russia and the United States. This is TRT World from a day ago breaking down this sort of developing situation.
This is the Arctic region, an area spanning 14.5 million square kilometers, which features in recent headlines mostly due to its melting ice caps, a cause of worry for the planet. The melting of ice, however, brings about another danger: the likelihood of a war between Russia and the US and its 6 allies, all members of the Arctic Circle. Here's why. The Arctic Sea bears huge importance for a variety of reasons. It contains 160 billion barrels of oil and 30% of the planet's undiscovered natural gas. It also contains 40% of the world's palladium, 20%...
And just to point this out, I really wish that we would just leave all of that in the ground. The 160 billion barrels of oil and the 30% of the world's undiscovered methane. I think they should stay right where they are.
It also contains 40% of the world's palladium, 20% of its diamonds, and 15% of its platinum, among several other rare earth minerals. Natural resources, however, are the tip of the iceberg. And when that iceberg keeps melting at nearly 4 times the average global rate, it becomes easier for ships to sail through new sea routes during the summer months without the need for icebreaker ships. These new shipping routes are significantly shorter than the classic Suez and Panama Canals routes, cutting thousands of kilometers off each journey. Russia's territory stretches over 53% of the Arctic Ocean coastline, and this grants Russia a shorter passage to its biggest trade partners, China and India. This all means that the more the ice melts, the more tensions between NATO and Russia mount.
Just what we need.
In April 2024, led by its newly inducted member Finland, NATO conducted a huge military exercise in the region.
Steadfast Defender is the largest NATO exercise in decades, with over 90,000 NATO personnel participating, working across air, land, and sea in a coordinated fashion to show the strength, ensure unity, and enable that readiness and the ability to defend the NATO alliance.
Now, fact is this situation has been going on now for years. Like, it's just been slowly and more or less slowly recently escalating, right? Because the governments, regardless of what narratives might be put out there by different people at different times, they are fully, especially if you ask like the people that it affects the most, right? And military people, right? They are well aware of the potential effects of climate change and what they mean geopolitically and and as it relates to resources, like they were just talking about. These things are things that they've been all planning for in advance, years in advance. Like, the fact is, I remember I saw stories on this from years back where they were talking about the potential for this. And now it's coming to fruition as the ice melts faster. Excuse me, faster and faster. Ooh. Good God. So yeah. Just wanted to make you all aware of that if you weren't, but it is definitely something to keep in mind considering all of the current global sort of tensions environment, if you will. Mini doctors up in chat. Seen a bunch of people showing up here. The late portion of the stream. In the mid-70s, you learned that this was going to happen? Yeah. Yeah, because we knew about this 50 years ago. Midi Doctors, good to see you. Alright, let's look at 2 stories involving China while we are talking Asia and the Arctic. This is from 3 days ago, where if you missed the stream on Wednesday, we're going to rewatch this one. As China and Russia had a joint naval drill, or started a joint naval drill in
China and Russia's naval forces kicked off a joint military exercise only days after NATO allies called Beijing a decisive enabler of the war in Ukraine. Forces from both sides patrolled the western and northern Pacific Ocean, according to the Chinese Defense Ministry. However, the ministry also said in their brief statement that the operation had nothing to do with international and regional situations and did not mean to target a third party. The joint drills came on the heels of China's latest tensions with NATO allies last week. Only days ago, NATO's Deputy Secretary General said China was seen as directly enabling the war between Russia and Ukraine.
Now, if you didn't see or hear this detail, Russia and China have had a handful of joint military exercises in the recent past, so this isn't necessarily anything new for them, but considering the timing of it all, does raise some alarm bells as to just what direction the temperature dial is going. right now in Asia. This next story sort of adds to that, I would say. This is from 2 days ago from the BBC, where China has abandoned nuclear arm talks with the US.
For the Chinese government, the previous Trump administration meant chaos in international relations, with Beijing and Washington trading barbs over COVID and all manner of things, and they may well expect more of the same. It'll probably also mean more US tariffs on Chinese goods, and this could hurt China's exports, although in truth, China's policymakers are already moving this country's economy away from a reliance on sales to the US. The bonus of a Trump presidency is this perception that he runs down the West overall, that a Trump administration means division amongst Western countries, and it makes China, in comparison, appear to be a sea of stability. Also, might Xi Jinping be weighing up if another Trump administration might be weak when it comes to defending the traditional allies of the US? For example, could it provide a window of opportunity for China to take Taiwan by force because of a perception that Donald Trump won't come to the aid of the democratically governed island?
So yeah, this definitely doesn't contribute to a very peaceful situation, although I would point this out. I think, wait, was it even in this video? It might have been the other one, but I'm still thinking it. Yeah, it was the last video. I'm still thinking it. Like, you know, it's very hard to hear the United States criticize people for aiding in war crimes when, you know, I don't think I even need to say it, but I will. When the United States is so fervently aiding Israel in its war crimes. Makes it very hypocritical and empty feeling of a statement. That said, ending nuclear arms talks and continuing to escalate things in the area doesn't make me feel good either. Not gonna lie. Alright, let's quickly look at this video, because I think I said I would if I got any more information on this, because it was a bit confusing the last time we looked at it. But let's look at this from the Associated Press from a day ago. This is discussing further those protests that we saw in Bangladesh over a recent government jobs quota, which people felt was unfair. Took to the streets. It does seem unfair to be continuing to give benefits of people who fought in a war 50 years ago to just to their entire family over other people. That does feel like government instituted nepotism of some sort. Although it's one I'm slightly unfamiliar with here in the States to some degree. Although I think there still are some things like that in the United States too, not necessarily as it relates to jobs, but yeah, I see why the Bangladesh people are perhaps a little. Damn, that's a lot of fucking police. That must be 200 or more police out there to crack down on this. Good God.
Illegal. Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Wow. I thought the crackdowns on the Palestinian protests were bad. I still do, but holy shit. That's an army. That's a fucking army right there. Holy shit. Let's go to this next. Oh, by this I mean let's get to Palestine here. Can we start with this one? honestly, I don't think we need this one. This guy's got some good stuff to say on it, but it's not necessary. I don't feel like giving credence to this man, as after putting this in my list, I looked him up and realized that this guy is not that great of a guy. He's a conservative, a former conservative MP, came out to condemn things relating to Palestine as it relates to UK's policies. But, you know, I try to avoid this. So we're going to. Let's just go straight to this. This is Owen Jones from a day ago, where he had on Lee Fong of what's it called? Breakthrough Media, I think? Yeah. Pretty sure. Yeah, and so Owen Jones had him on to discuss the silencing of pro-Palestinian voices.
Now, amidst the horror of the last few months, we've seen shifting attitudes, I would say, in Western public opinion. People have seen too much to unsee, heard too much to unhear, read too much to unread, and that has had a profound impact on Western public opinion. But the Israeli state is not stupid, and it is aware that it depends on Western states, not least the United States, for arms, diplomatic support, aid, political support. And it has deployed at state level an extensive attempt to, I suppose, contain the political consequences of people being horrified at mass slaughter. Now, with that in mind, I'm really delighted to be speaking to the brilliant journalist Lee Fang, who is a great investigative journalist, brilliant political journalist, who writes on a whole range of different subjects and has a Substack. Please do check out the Substack. Do click on it and support it, and you can see the kind of really kind of in-depth journalistic work that he's been doing on this and so many other topics. So, Lee, how you doing?
I'm doing great. Owen, it's really good to join you. Thanks for having me.
I just want to start with, so you did this actually a few months ago, and it was actually you published partly in the Guardian newspaper as well, the work that you did. And this was concerning. I mean, this is Amichai Chikli, who's the Likud minister, who has been leading a targeted push to counter critics of Israel. Can you just explain, what did you find, basically? What was this about?
Well, we took a look at, I did this with a close friend of mine, co-author Jack Paulson. We took a look at this government entity, this government agency, in the Ministry of Diaspora Affairs, led by Amichai Chikli. And it's basically the reboot of a very controversial public relations effort. Now, the Israeli government has its own separate budget for public relations, for, you know, they fly a lot of people in to the country to, you know, lobby them and show them, you know, the Israel side of the story. They run television advertisements around the world. You know, they do a lot of the traditional PR that many governments that, you know, are in controversial kind of arrangements with the U.S., you know, that's all normal. You know, that's a separate kind of category. What we took a look at is something special. It's something that was launched back in 2017 that was positioned as a mass consciousness raising effort that would kind of go in as a, quote, PR commando unit.
Mass consciousness effort is a real creepy term. Just gives me these sorts of, what do you call it? Like flashes to all the most like dystopic movies and things I've ever seen.
To go after and go on the offensive against Israel's perceived political enemies, to kind of attack efforts by activists to call for boycotts and sanctions, that type of thing, to kind of create like online troll armies, to criticize celebrities, to pass legislation that was favorable to Israel, that would be a little bit more nimble and covert. Now, this received a lot of coverage within Israel at the time, a lot of pushback. some of their efforts were incredibly successful, others perhaps not. Their troll army didn't really come together. So this piece looks at the history of this specialized unit. It's gone out through a lot of different reboots and names. It was originally Kella Shlomo or David Sling. It was then renamed Concert Together for Israel. It's now under the name Voices for Israel. And
heard that one.
It was shut down twice. And just a few weeks after October 7th, and this is what the piece really explores, this controversial PR unit essentially was rebooted and flush with Israeli government money. And this unit is controversial in part because Israel has been very careful, consciously. This has been a debate within government ministers and within government leaders about not registering under various lobbying laws in the countries that they operate in, particularly the US, that
illegal.
Good God. Thanks, 1984. Yeah, it does. There's definitely some 1984 vibes
when they want to kind of use this specialized government agency, government-funded group to shape legislation and public opinion. They don't want to disclose. They don't want to kind of follow the kind of basic transparency laws that many foreign lobbyists and foreign governments have to abide by. So they commingle a lot of the government money with private sector donations. They put it into various nonprofits and they funnel it to allied groups, particularly in the UK and Europe. And we took a look only at the US, but they also have a wing that looks at Europe.
So by not registering under the laws that usually regulate this kind of activity and instead funneling money to groups that explicitly agree with their opinions and doing these things in a sort of a shadowy and covert kind of way, they're managing to do these things. This sort of mass propaganda campaign in which they're waging, which is just, oh my God, it's disgusting. The fact is, to some degree, those troll armies have been maybe slightly, maybe not successful, but they've certainly been out there succeeding in annoying people. I know that. I don't know how many people I've had conversations with, even just quickly, about sort of comment section bots, just sort of repeating the same Israeli talking points ad nauseum. They definitely exist. Whether or not they're very effective, that's, I suppose, a different question. We don't have time to watch this whole thing. I wish we had time to watch more of it, honestly. But I'm glad we got to get a little piece of that in. But we gotta keep moving. So let's go to this. This is from BBC News from 2 days ago, asking the question, which I think we all perhaps have been asking, and maybe have already answered for ourselves to some degree on. But are Israel and Hezbollah edging closer to an all-out war? Let's try and figure that out.
To the Middle East now, and as the war in Gaza grinds on, there are growing fears that another wider war may erupt with devastating consequences for the region and beyond. Israel and the Lebanese armed group Hezbollah have been trading fire across their shared border for the past 9 months. Since the current conflict began, 466 people have been killed in Lebanon, most of them fighters. In Israel, the death toll is 21 soldiers and 12 civilians. Our senior international correspondent, Orla Guerin, now reports from southern Lebanon.
They are here to keep the peace, but there's less and less of that.
This is Charlie 1, ready to move, over. Charlie 2, roger.
We join UN peacekeepers patrolling Hezbollah heartland, already a battleground. We're heading for the Blue Line, Lebanon's unofficial border with Israel. If all-out war comes here, it could set the whole Middle East alight.
So where are we, Tom?
So
Orla, you're here in the outskirts of a village called Yulun.
Tom Fox leads the Irish contingent.
Overall, it has been tense and unpredictable for the period of time we have been here. The farmers in the field,
no kidding,
there are no longer.
Basically, since October 7th, or like the week after it, all of what seems to be all of the border of Lebanon has been getting bombed by Israel or attacked by tank. Of course, there has been shelling coming from Lebanon by way of Hezbollah. But as with Gaza, Israel has decidedly made the decision not to care about civilians or civilian infrastructure when
Crops
doing so.
have been destroyed as a result of bushfires resulting from the exchanges of fire.
How far are we now from the blue line?
From where you're currently standing, you're approximately 400 to 500 meters from the blue line.
And I presume the Israelis are watching us now.
Everyone's watching people in this sector of the world.
And Hezbollah's arsenal is eye-catching, as flaunted in this propaganda video. The Iranian-backed fighters have more arms than many countries, including missiles that can strike all over Israel.
Yeah, we've talked about this. Not Israel. Hezbollah's arsenal, if you will, their arsenal of like missiles and rockets exceeds 6 figures, right? It's like 100. It's like hundreds of thousands of different sorts of shells and things that they could be lobbing at Israel, not counting drones and other sorts of military gear they have. They're very well armed. It's a completely different dynamic than say Israel Hamas, where Hamas is incredibly not funded and have from the very beginning have had very little in the way of military resources. They don't even have an airport in Gaza. I mean, it's a completely different situation. But like, even with that being the case, Israel seems to be insistent on pushing it further and further.
And Israel has been striking back. Most of the dead are fighters. Sally Sikaiki was not. The 25-year-old was a volunteer paramedic, killed in her own doorway. She was Hussein's only daughter.
Could you tell me about Sally? Tell me about her. Oh.
Strike. Yeah, that was a fucking bomb in the background. Okay. Let's keep talking about this situation, but instead let's look at this in Gaza. It's from 2 days ago. NBC News. Destruction and body parts, quote unquote. Displaced Gazans killed in Israeli attack on UN school. Now, we talked about this earlier in the week. I think we talked about it on Friday. I think we talked about it on Wednesday. But it is the week ending report, so I did throw in at least a few videos about things that we already talked about. And this one is especially fucked, so seemed worthy of looking at more than once. Yes. Is NBC in Gaza? Wait, hold on. Is that true? NBC News was on the scene after another UN school was hit by Israel in Gaza? Since when did they just stay? Get the fuck out. This is crazy. Wait, I'm so confused. Because the last time we saw the media, the Western media in Gaza, it was on a IDF tour where they were surrounded by soldiers the whole time. So this is very strange. I don't know if I don't even know if this is correct. I'm not even gonna. There were dozens of casualties among the displaced civilian families sheltering there.
اللي صار انه صاروخ دون سابق انذار
Missile hit without warning.
شفنا اللي هو في قلب المدرسه اشلاء اطفال نساء لانهم كانوا كلياتهم ميعاد غداء بعد الصاروخ ما نزل عليهم الساحه 5 دنوم تقريبا لم نجد فيها الا اشلاء دمار هائل واشلاء.
Fucking horrifying. If NBC is here, if this is real, if they're actually there, I don't understand how we don't have like literally like who is it? Who's in charge of the Palestinian Authority right now? Oh my god, Abbas? I can't think right now. But like, how do we not have a new Oslo Accords happening right now? Camp David, whatever. Like this, what the fuck is happening? I guess they could have snuck in. It's entirely possible. You're right, Bob. I guess I didn't even consider it. But yeah, up until that last thing I just mentioned on that tour with the IDF, like my understanding was they're literally just not allowed to go in. But that does not include sneaking in. I mean, sneaking in is one of those things. Or it doesn't matter if you're allowed to do it or not. It's kind of the point. Now let's look at this very disturbing clip here from Guardian News. Very short, but the actual circumstances, let alone the words that are said here, are disturbing. That's a great point. I also don't think that's the thing, is like I generally trust NBC to at least give us, facts to some degree. I think I'm just so skeptical of them because of how bad some of their reporting has been on this whole situation that I don't know. It's probably gone too far at this point. I've lost all trust in humanity.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Just kidding. I trust all of you, so that's not all of humanity. Alright, let's go to this. From a day ago, Guardian News. This is footage of Israeli Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir, who decided that the responsible thing for him to do was to go and pray at the Al-Aqsa Mosque.
Oh, it never occurred to me.
Interesting.
It's just crazy enough to work.
Yeah.
Israel's extremist national minister, Itamar Ben-Gvir, had visited the Al-Aqsa Mosque compound in Jerusalem. Ben-Gvir walked through the compound in a provocative move, flanked by his security detail. Known as the Temple Mount to Jews, the site... Whoops, they're moving too fast. Hold on. Slow it down, pal. Go back, please. place. Known as the Temple Mount, the to Jews, the site serves as a holy site for both religions. Ben-Gvir said he went to the compound to pray for the return of Israeli hostages. I came here to the most important place for the state of Israel. The people of Israel to pray for the hostages. May they return home without a reckless deal, without surrender. And praying and also working hard for the Prime Minister. Courage not to concede and to go on until victory is achieved. To add military pressure to stop the fuel. To add military pressure? Are you kidding me, dude? What else could you do? Literally, what else could you fucking do at this point? His decision to enter this religious site has been widely condemned. No shit. By anyone with a conscience, it's condemned. First off, it's in East Jerusalem, occupied East Jerusalem. Which is technically part of Palestine. It is a mosque, not a temple, and so those two things should be just blatant clues to anybody here watching as to the sort of intentions of Itmar Ben-Gvir. If you were not aware or unable to discern those intentions, if you're not familiar with them, I mean, this is sort of the kind of thing I guess you gotta expect from him. But this is, even for him, incredibly blatant, in my opinion. Just shocking. And he's said some utterly disgusting things we've heard him say on this stream. I mean, just wild. Just blatant genocidal rhetoric and, you know, oh, God. Alright, let's go. This is our penultimate video today. Give yourselves a pat on the back, a round of applause for yourselves for having made it through this 4 hours of this stream here, everybody. Penultimate video. And I'm afraid that this is not in any way a positive story here to end this. This is instead footage from a security camera in Tel Aviv showing a drone attack explosion, which left at least one person dead. Sorry, I should have turned the volume down then. R.I.P. my eardrums and probably some other people here, for which, once again, I am sorry.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
But yeah. That shit is fucking... Oh my god. Jesus Christ. All right. We're gonna go straight to the last video here. This is just Associated Press from around the same time discussing this blast which happened in Tel Aviv. How about a happy cat story? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You know, I feel like even though the climate is the, you know, a source of much frustration and sadness as it is right now, I feel like for somehow we still have the most uplifting stories during that part of the stream. And I haven't seen any funny skits about this recently. I think for some reason I've lost my sense of humor about all of this at this point. Maybe I don't know. We've already like run through all of Sammy Obeid's material, I feel like, and we're just running out of things to laugh about with this. Not gonna lie. I forgot, they don't talk about it. But if you see the headline, at least one was killed, according to Israeli medical services. Which I think, we can... I think we can trust Israeli medical services the same way we trust Hamas Health Authority, right? Yeah, that feels right. Well, made it through another one, chat. It's a pleasure having you folks here with me. However, that's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next time. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your Galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Minnie, Afroponics, and Planet Janet, PB, Robot Cat, Selena, the Anti-Garbenist, Oenob, Nadia, Mrs. Jen, Megastar, Pitchblood Dragon, Vincent Morales, and Donald James X. That's right, all these people here have helped produce the show that your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can do the same, just a few US dollars a month. The other end of that link in chat. Not only can you get the self-satisfaction of having helped to produce this show, you also gain access to some super sweet space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn galaxy. Write that down.
Thanks, Jim, for the question.
Oh, shit. I should just copy paste that. DNC insist on typing it every time. Now that's a real news story. What day is it? It's Friday. Okay. Well, it's technically Saturday now, I guess. It's the Friday stream, though. That's how I measure my days. Ones in chat. Okay. Alright, I see at least a couple of ones in there. Galactic chill stream slowly engaging.